Can everybody settle down and find a seat? Everybody settle down and find a seat. We are getting ready to begin. Good morning and welcome to the New York City Council Executive Budget Hearing on Finance, jointly with Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Intergroup Relations. At this time, can everybody please silence your cell phones? If you wish to testify, please go up to the Sergeant-at-Arms desk to fill out a testimony slip. Written testimony can be emailed to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. At this time and going forward, no one is to approach the dais. I repeat, no one is to approach the dais. Thank you for your cooperation. Chairs, we are ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Okay, good morning and welcome to day 11 of the FY25 Executive Budget Hearings. I'm Councilmember Justin Brannan. I chair the Committee on Finance. Today's hearings will begin with the city's library systems, followed by the Department of Cultural Affairs. I'm pleased to be joined by my colleague, Councilmember Carlina Rivera, who chairs the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Intergroup Relations. We've been joined this morning by Councilmembers Carr, Lewis, and Moya on Zoom. I want to welcome Linda Johnson, President and CEO of Brooklyn Public Library, Tony Marks, President and CEO of New York Public Library, and Dennis Walcott, President and CEO of the Queens Public Library. Thank you all for joining us today to answer our questions. Just to set the table here, on April 24th, 2024, the administration released the Executive Financial Plan for FY24 to 28 with a proposed FY25 budget of $111.6 billion. The library's proposed FY25 budget of $425 million across all three systems represents less than 1% of the administration's proposed FY25 budget. This is an increase of $4 million, or 1%, from the $421 million originally budgeted in the preliminary plan. This increase mostly results from added funds for the collective bargaining agreements. As of March 2024, the libraries collectively had 613 vacancies relative to their FY24 budgeted headcount. In the Council's preliminary budget response, we called on the Mayor to add $58.3 million to reverse a series of funding cuts made to the libraries. $22.1 million to undo the baseline cut, $20.5 million to reinstate the one-shot funding from FY24, and $15.7 million to cover the funds from the City Council's discretionary funding picked up at adoption last June. The Council's proposal would allow libraries citywide to expand their current hours, increase programming, and reinstate Sunday library service. Stop me if you've heard this one before, but the Mayor's executive budget included not $1 towards the Council's call for funding our libraries. Despite the Mayor's recent restorations in the executive budget, they represent a fraction of the cuts the administration has made to key programs like HERE, which the Council has found were never necessary in the first place. The Council's economic analysis found $6.15 billion in resources left on the table by the Mayor's preliminary budget. In our budget response, we laid out how some of this can contribute to our reserves, be set aside to hedge against under-budgeted costs and other economic hazards, and still leave $1.63 billion for restoration and investments into valuable service and programs like the ones we'll talk about today, with another $1 billion left in surplus to address other fiscal issues for good measure. As budget negotiations go forward, it's critical that we all work off the same set of facts. Council's economists have been consistently accurate year over year, while this administration's back-and-forth approach of cutting and restoring introduces instability into our city's most vital services and programs that our communities simply cannot afford. My questions today will largely go further on the council's preliminary budget response, along with examining the library's capital gap. I now want to turn to my co-chair, Councilmember Rivera, for her opening remarks.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I want to thank Chair Brandon for highlighting what it is the city is going through in terms of the stakes and how important our library system is to the functioning of this city and its availability, its importance of its availability to so many families across the boroughs. Welcome to the hearing for the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Intergroup Relations. I am Councilmember Carlina Rivera, chair of this committee. Today we will begin with a hearing on the city's 3 library systems following a hearing on cultural affairs. This morning we'll be discussing the executive expense and capital budget for the systems. For fiscal 2025, the administration is proposing a $425 million subsidy for the library systems. The fiscal 2025 Executive Capital Commitment Plan, which covers fiscal 2024 to 2028, includes $920.2 million for the library systems. In the Council's fiscal 2025 preliminary budget response, we called on the administration to allocate an additional $58.3 million to the city's 3 library systems. This funding would have restored the baseline cut of $22.1 million to libraries' budgets, reinstated the one-shot funding of $20.5 million from fiscal 2024, and covered the $15.7 million subsidy provided through City Council discretionary funding at budget adoption last June. These commitments would have made the fiscal 2025 budget for libraries commensurate with the adopted fiscal 2024 funding level. I think it is safe to say we are all disappointed to see that the executive plan did not include a restoration of the cuts. The council and the administration, for that matter, continues to champion libraries, but it is this council that has made it very clear that libraries are a funding priority and urges the administration to reverse these reductions immediately. I grew up visiting the libraries, enjoying the different programs offered and reading the wide variety of books. I would like for my children and all young New Yorkers to have the same opportunities that I had. I've also been there as an adult, of course, and been recommended amazing books like Pachinko and Demon Copperhead and so many others. It's such an inclusive place. Libraries have an essential presence in every neighborhood of New York, providing indispensable services in a safe and reliable space to all residents, be it our young people, seniors, immigrants, asylum seekers, or even incarcerated individuals. Along with the increase in programming and circulation, the systems have also seen a rise in the cost of materials, staffing, and general operating. It is essential that our city's libraries are provided the funding essential to continue the provision of the high level of service New Yorkers expect and deserve. Funds are also required to maintain the library's physical spaces for repairs and upkeep that are not capital eligible. Without appropriate, safe, and reliable facilities, the amount of operational funding available for libraries would be irrelevant. The systems were also subjected to a $130 million capital budget reduction. This reduction has resulted in the delaying of capital projects, pushing them into the out years of the plan, as well as the elimination of funding for several projects, some of which had already commenced their early phases of design. Libraries need capital dollars to restore aging infrastructure, construct new buildings, and to expand existing facilities. Public libraries help many New Yorkers to rebuild their lives and reconnect to their communities, particularly in the post-pandemic world. I want to ensure that the fiscal 2025 adopted budget adequately funds the city's library systems. Libraries are a beacon for our city, and they deserve a budget that enables them to provide the necessary services for the communities, and of course to support the amazing staff inside of those facilities. Thank you all for your service. It is essential that the budget we adopt this year is transparent, accountable, and reflective of the priorities and interests of the council and the people that we represent. I look forward to an active engagement with the administration over the next few weeks, I guess at this point, to ensure the fiscal 2025 adopted budget meets the goals the council has set out. I want to recognize the members of the committee that are present. I see Councilmember Lewis. And also, I want to thank my staff for organizing not just today's hearing, but also the past few weeks, holding it down. Chief of Staff and Budget Director Katie Loeb, Legislative Director Eddie Amador, Financial Analyst Sandra Gray, Committee's Counsel Christina Yelamati, and Legislative Policy Analyst Regina Paul. I also have to thank my husband for being at home today with my newborn baby. With that, turn it back to the chair.
Thank you, Chair Rivera. We've also been joined by Council Members Williams and Brooks Powers. I also want to take a minute just to thank the Council Finance Division, who work very, very hard this through May and June, not just here in the chambers, but also across the street at 250 Broadway, but especially for this hearing, Aliyah Ali and Sandra Gray, my committee counsel, Mike Toomey. As a reminder, for this year's executive budget joint hearings, we're taking public testimony the day of the hearing, meaning today. So after testimony is concluded from the Library Systems and Department of Cultural Affairs, we'll take public testimony. If you wish to speak on libraries or cultural budgets, just make sure you fill out a witness slip that are available on the back table with the Sergeant at Arms. I'm now going to turn it over to our committee counsel to swear in our witnesses, and we can start.
Good morning. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Tony Marks? Linda Johnson?
I do.
Dennis Walcott? Thank you. You may begin.
Just turn your, there you go.
There we go. Good morning. Day 11. Thank you all so much for hanging in there with us and for your support. I'm Linda Johnson, President and CEO of Brooklyn Public Library. Thank you, Speaker Adams, Finance Chair Brannan, Chair Rivera, members of the committees, our Brooklyn delegation, and the entire City Council for the opportunity to testify. We are grateful for your leadership and unwavering support of libraries and our mission. New York City's libraries are facing the most significant cuts we have seen in years. It pains me to repeat these numbers to you, but together our systems stand to lose $58.3 million in fiscal year 2025. And for the first time in 16 years, the library's capital plans have been slashed by a staggering $125 million. Tragically, these cuts come at a time when library usage is high and the costs of running the systems are higher. For Brooklyn, this amounts to a drastic $16.2 million cut, equivalent to 13% of our operating budget. This will force us to severely limit library service, a devastating and avoidable consequence. We must protect library service for the millions of patrons who rely on us. Libraries have not faced cuts of this severity since the years following the 2008 financial crisis. If the executive budget passes as proposed, the city will be turning back a decade of diligent progress. In 6 weeks, Brooklyn Public Library will be forced to drop down to a 5-day-a-week service in more than half of our locations. We will further reduce our operating hours. We will drastically diminish the collections and programming, and we will severely curtail hiring and cut part-time staff hours in half. It is unjustifiable to put libraries in this position. As we continue to rebound from the pandemic, demand for service is soaring. Visits, program sessions, program attendance, and new card applications are all up by more than 40%. Instead of rising to meet this increased demand, we are forced to reduce programming. If these cuts are enacted, teen programming will diminish by a third. We will offer half as many young adult literacy classes. Citizenship classes will be cut by more than half. 50% fewer visits to senior centers and nursing homes. 30% fewer visits to children and families in hospitals and rehabilitation facilities. 14% fewer creative aging classes for older adults. It is heartbreaking to think of the people who will be deprived of our services. Just last week, a patron wrote to tell us the Sunset Park Library was a refuge for him while living at a local shelter. He said, "I found housing and work by coming to this library every day that it has been open because there's no Wi-Fi at the shelter. It's also a place for peace, quiet, free books, and activities." Our staff form genuine connections with patrons, helping answer questions from early childhood literacy to career development and everything in between. But our library workers are struggling to provide excellent service to their communities as they contend with staff shortages in the branches. A cut of this magnitude will only increase the burdens on our staff, requiring us to severely curtail hiring, operate with half of our part-time staff, and permanently eliminate 146 public-facing vacant positions, coveted city jobs. Our patrons are experiencing the impact of a smaller collection after the $6.5 million that we absorbed in November. There are 40,000 fewer books on the shelves. 10% of these titles are in languages other than English. We have had to suspend purchasing more expensive materials, such as test prep and passport study guides, large print books, and reference resources. 15% of our database subscriptions have been canceled, and we have had to restrict the number of books patrons can check out and place on hold. Fewer books mean longer wait times. The average wait for ebooks and audiobooks has increased by 30% since the November cut. Instead of encouraging young readers to explore their passions, we are holding them back. It's harder for patrons to check out novels in their native language, harder to take home a GED prep book, and harder to find your child's favorite story on the shelves. To make matters worse, if these cuts are not reversed, libraries will lose 25% of our state funding. The maintenance of effort clause in the state's library aid statute requires local aid to remain at or above 90% of the prior two-year average. If this MOE is triggered in this year's city budget, Brooklyn Public Library stands to lose an additional $2 million in state funding next year. These cuts are being proposed while the library is confronting more than $5 million in increased costs. In fiscal year 25, we must cover the cost of union salary and minimum wage increases, the library's share of staff healthcare premiums, as well as the operating costs of two new locations, the Center for Brooklyn History and the Library for Arts and Culture. And this does not include the increased cost of doing business. We are running a library system today on a pre-pandemic funding level that has not kept pace with inflation. Restoration alone will not solve our operating budget needs. While preventing the further loss of library service is my highest priority, addressing the library's capital crisis keeps me up at night. Not that little baby, but Brooklyn Public Library's unfunded capital needs have grown to over $380 million, including emergency infrastructure such as roofs, heating and cooling systems, and accessibility upgrades. This year, the city cut $47 million from our capital plan, forcing us to eliminate 4 long-awaited renovations, remove funding for several construction projects, and cancel critical infrastructure upgrades. In 2023, BPL branches lost more than 2,200 hours to unplanned closures stemming from outdated building systems and failing infrastructure. Just last month, Macon and DeKalb libraries closed unexpectedly when their heating systems failed during a cold spell. In fact, every year, we end up spending nearly $1 million in expense funding addressing emergencies that cannot wait for a full capital project. Without a restoration of the $47 million in capital funding and dedicated funding in the city's capital plan, these unplanned closures will undoubtedly increase. We depend on city support for the maintenance of our physical plant, and of course, without the backing of our council members who have generously funded local projects in their districts and supported us with delegation-level funding, we would not have come this far in revitalizing our local libraries. But our progress is at risk. We are not dismissing the city's financial difficulties, but the life-changing opportunities libraries provide to all New Yorkers, even our newest neighbors, are an essential part of the city's safety net. We offer so much more than books and reference materials. We provide support and security. And if libraries are not adequately funded, the city's safety net starts to fray. We must protect our city and our neighbors by protecting our libraries. I'm not alone in making this urgent plea. I'm proud to work alongside you at the council, my colleagues at DC 37, and all of our staff, as well as a strong coalition of library supporters, many of whom are in this room today. Over 22,000 letters from Brooklynites have already made their way to elected officials, imploring the city to protect library funding. Today, I will also be submitting over 400 statements from New Yorkers who asked that their words of support for libraries be on the record. These are not one-sentence emails that have been sent to us. These are paragraphs and paragraphs of people explaining how important their libraries are to them and why library funding should be restored. Chair Brannan, Chair Rivera, members of the committee, the future of our libraries depend on your continued leadership and support. We are confident that working together, all of our city leaders will rise to this occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. My name is Tony Marks. I'm the president of the New York Public Library. I want to thank City Council Speaker Adams, Chairs Rivera and Brannan, the members of the committee, all of your colleagues for the opportunity to testify today. Unfortunately, the New York City's libraries are in the same position we were in 2 months ago when we were last here. We are facing a staggering FY25 proposed cut of $58.3 million in expense reductions, roughly $25.5 million of cuts just for the New York Public Library alone. We have now an even clearer understanding of the devastating and unprecedented impact that these cuts are already having on our system and our city. While the mid-year PEG ended Sunday service at 7 locations, no more Sunday libraries in New York City. This budget cut will bring us down to 5-day service at the majority of our locations. This is unthinkable. We're not in the 1970s here. Collection reductions are already hitting home. We've seen 72,000 fewer items already on our shelves. The number is projected to go up to 185,000. Hiring and recruitment levels stemming from the November cut have already produced staff shortfalls and unplanned closings. 69 unplanned closings just from November to March. The trend will only worsen with fewer staff, fewer resources to pay for those staff, to commit to those staff. We'll have to potentially delay the reopening of a number of branches. The city, together with our private sources, invested roughly $160 million in 5 of our incredible Carnegies that were in terrible disrepair in some of the neediest neighborhoods of this city. We were proud to partner with the city and with the city council to make that historic investment, to say to the people in those neighborhoods, you deserve a majestic, inspiring, and respectful library full of programs and amazing librarians and staff. And we're ready. We're almost ready. They are almost ready. It is tragic and unthinkable that we have to even consider not opening those branches, not giving the New Yorkers the payback from their investment. But those are the kinds of decisions we're now facing. We'll have to reduce our budget for our pages, our beloved pages, who are an essential workforce development pipeline into our system and elsewhere in the city. As you know, we provide essential lifelines for underserved communities, but we're looking at around 850 fewer hours per week, a 20% reduction in our system-wide planned hours. Unthinkable. Think about our 50 after-school locations, our 20 teen centers, our 24 ESOL locations, our 11 tax preparation locations, our 40 college and career hubs. None of that can happen if our doors aren't open. Let alone, as Linda mentioned, the emergency maintenance requirements or the cooling centers that New Yorkers are going to depend upon us, that the administration is going to depend on us for this summer. On the research side, we've already seen increased waiting times for key research library services, fewer service points staffed, reduced capacity to process, preserve, and conserve collections. We are the most used public research library on the planet. We represent New York. This is not how you want New York represented when we cannot meet those needs for creators and artists and writers and scholars to come up with the solutions we need. We need to feed that, not cut it off. The city's recent preliminary mayor's management report shows that by circulation, program attendance, library card registration, everything is rising. Circulation up 50% since FY21. And that's not just because of the pandemic, because in the pandemic we had e-books to replace the circulating books. We were ready. We've always been ready for what New Yorkers need. So why cut us now? Let alone the threat, as Linda mentioned, of the state's invocation of its maintenance of effort that would reduce our funding even further. Capital, as Linda mentioned, is just as alarming. We saw a removal in this budget of $45.5 million from our 10-year capital plan. Our system is aging, some of them over 100 years. They are in disrepair and face critical issues, even though we have proudly invested $1 billion, including hundreds of millions of our private resources into capital improvements. There's still so much more that needs to be done. We've got an amazing team that's proven its ability to do it, but we can't do it without the funding and without the security of that funding. We will lose the progress we have made. We know when we invest in our branches what difference it makes. Washington Heights Library, neighborhood I grew up in. We did a total amazing renovation to that beautiful building that was in sad shape. And we saw a 47% increase in visits, a 45% increase in circulation, and a 105% increase in program attendance. The same in Charleston, the same throughout our system. We currently face at the New York Public Library a $500 million plus capital needs that are not met. But here we are, battling for simple restoration when our costs have gone up, when our services have gone up. We are sitting here today with cuts that threaten us, with service reductions that we have to threaten in response. We are throwing threats back and forth. How is that helpful? How is that useful? It distracts us from doing the work we need to do, that New Yorkers need us to do, that we know the mayor looks to us to do, takes pride in us doing. How can we build any consistency and dependability or growth? How can we plan? How can we deliver with this constant state of budget instability? This is no way to run a railroad or a city or the greatest library systems in the country. The budget dance distracts us. We spend months on edge running too many different budget scenarios. We can't hire. We can't be ready to deliver. So here we are, facing those cuts and facing, in our case, roughly $9 million of additional costs just to do what we've already been doing. Let's end this dance. We love being with you all. We love these opportunities to share with each other, but let's not do it in this way. The dance helps no one. We need to restore our funding. We need it baseline so we're not right back where we started from months later. And we should be talking about an increase in funding, given our costs and given what we are delivering. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Good morning. I'm Dennis Walcott, and the President and CEO of the Queens Public Library. Chairs Brannon and Rivera and the members of the committee, I want to say a big thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Before I begin, also, I want to say a special thanks to Speaker Adams for her leadership as well. She has been truly fantastic, and we appreciate all the support, and the members of the City Council for being the greatest advocates for our public libraries. You understand the promise of our trusted spaces and the life-changing impact we have on New Yorkers of all ages, backgrounds, and circumstances. You know, I want to deviate for one quick second and just pick up on something that Chair Rivera said. We're such an inclusive place. I mean, that's who we are as libraries. We're just about inclusiveness, and who we have come through our doors for free represent all of New York City. Throughout this process, you have been at the forefront supporting us, and we are deeply appreciative. You have our written testimony, so I will forego reading it and just highlight a few points, and also being very sympathetic that this is your 11th hearing as well. Public libraries are a safe haven for anyone who needs it, but unfortunately, most New Yorkers no longer have access to libraries on Sunday. It is a travesty that New York City, the greatest city, and I say it over and over again because I truly believe it, in the world has no library that is open 7 days a week. We estimate that from when we ended Sunday service in Queens and from November through June, we will have lost more than 120,000 visits to QPL just on Sundays alone. And that's not all. The three systems also had to slash budgets for books, programs, building repairs, and maintenance. At QPL, the November PEG reduced our collections by approximately 25,000 print books and 5,000 ebooks system-wide. Wait times, as indicated by both Linda and Tony, for library materials have escalated, with an average ebook wait now 63 days when it used to be 30 days. Over the past 6 months, we have been forced to close our doors or delay our openings on 27 occasions due to staff shortages and building infrastructure failures. And unfortunately and sadly, this is only the beginning. The executive budget still includes, as you know, $58.3 million and the cut to QPL, BPL, and NYPL. The three of us are facing these losses while also confronting uncovered increased costs stemming from minimum wage and contractual increases, rising health insurance costs, and more. QPL alone is facing $5 million in uncovered costs alone. And if the executive budget is adopted, it will force QPL to delay long-awaited branch openings at our Bay Terrace, Broadway, and Hillcrest libraries. And as I indicated earlier, yesterday I actually went to Bay Terrace and Broadway just to see the latest. And they are gorgeous, and it saddens me to say that the communities will not be able to participate if these budget cuts go into effect. People are clamoring to get back into these libraries. We will also need to close on Saturdays if these cuts go through at every location in the borough except Central and Flushing. 2 Saturdays ago, we had a mobile food pantry outside our Peninsula Library, where more than 400 individuals benefited from the distribution. On that same day at our Cambria Heights Teen Center, we hosted a Prom XQPL prom attire giveaway, which offered teens, their friends, and family members the opportunity to choose a memorable outfit from more than 1,000 new and gently used dresses, suits, shoes, handbags, and jewelry generously donated by the community. That would not be happening if we have to close on Saturdays. Closing on Saturdays means we will be unable to offer these events and many other indispensable programs on Saturdays like ESOL classes, story times, job skill trainings, and other crucial resources. Our fantastic, amazing staff are devoted to the communities they serve. I am astounded by their commitment to meeting the ever-growing needs of every individual who seeks our help. But our staff are strained. We are unable to hire the proper number of staff due to the mid-year and upcoming cuts. This is no way to run a library system, especially in New York City. We are keeping libraries open by regularly shifting staff from different locations to fill gaps. This is unsustainable. We also cannot forget the impact on the budget, as Linda and Tony have indicated, on our capital budget. As my colleagues explained, all 3 systems sustained a combined $125 million capital program to eliminate the gap at PEG. This substantial cut puts our entire portfolio at risk, with projects susceptible to being paused or delayed if shortfall appears. And we've all faced it. Boilers break down, air conditioning systems are not working, and that's no way to run our libraries. There's no way to serve the public of New York City. Our buildings are an average of 50 years old. They need renovations, critical infrastructure replacements, resiliency projects, and more. We have a duty to keep our buildings safe and modern, both for our communities and our staff, but we cannot do that without the restoration of the capital funds. When people are in need, when the city is in need, who do they turn to? Our libraries, plain and simple. Like Deborah, one of our customers at our Douglaston Library. She found herself unexpectedly living in a shelter and without a job. With the trusted guidance from library staff, Deborah was able to get 2 job offers from the U.S. Postal Service. She credits the library for lifting her up in her time of need. This is just one of the many, many, many examples of the roles library plays in the lives of New Yorkers. Libraries are vital to the quality of life in every neighborhood throughout the city. One other quick side story. Before the pandemic, there was a customer that would come into the library at Central, and I would see him every day, and he would get there as soon as we opened, and he would leave at 2:30. He wouldn't read a book. He just sat at a table, and he sat there and sat there. So one day I approached him. I said, if you don't mind me asking you, so, you come in our doors first thing in the morning, you leave at 2:30. I never see you read. I don't see you even go into the bathroom. And what's up? And he said, you know what? This library is my oasis from the craziness of life. Plain and simple, a true story. That's what we represent to the people of New York City, plain and simple. We cannot afford to deprive New York City residents of a robust collections, wide-ranging and diverse programs, access to resources, weekend service, reliable buildings that are equipped to withstand whatever the future holds. We cannot deny our customers for being that oasis from the craziness of life. Public libraries are the last truly democratic institution. They have the power to change lives. With your steadfast and continued advocacy, we are hopeful that the city will fully restore baseline and provide meaningful investment to all 3 public library systems in the city's fiscal year 2025 adopted budget. Thank you for your leadership, chairs and members of the council, and those who are not here. We always appreciate it, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to you this morning.
Thank you all very much. We've also been joined this morning by council members Sanchez, Hanif, Salam, Stevens, Ung, and Powers. I want to jump right into it. So the council's FY24 budget response, we called on the administration to allocate an additional $58.3 million to the 3 library systems. This funding would have restored the baseline cut of $22.1 million to library budgets from the November plan. It would have reinstated the one-shot funding from $20.5 million from FY24, and it would have covered the $15.7 million subsidy provided through the council discretionary funds. None of these funds were restored in the executive plan. So has the administration explained why none of this funding was included in their plan?
We have not heard anything at all. I will add, though, I mean, we've had ongoing communication with administration around specific things, but nothing dealing with the budget itself.
Wild. And would the $58.3 million, that restoration, would it sufficiently meet the expense needs of the 3 systems?
Yeah, not really. Part of the problem with the way this process works and the fact that the executive budget didn't make any restoration means that the conversation that we're having today is about getting back to where we've been, but not actually getting to where we need to be.
So the 58.3 would basically get you back to 0.
And can I just add, Mr. Chairman, it gets you back to 0, but we haven't been investing and planning and hiring. So it doesn't even get you to 0 right away. It takes us half a year to build these programs back up. We have amazing colleagues. They don't just grow on trees. They don't just fall when we want them. They're human beings with lives. We need to attract the best talent. It takes time. So, even just the dance, never mind covering our real additional costs, inflation and additional services for New Yorkers, the dance means we can't even meet the current expectations.
So let's talk about headcount. What's the total number of active employees at each of the systems, including full-time and part-time? Could you give us a breakdown?
So at the New York Public Library, our total headcount is 2,741. That includes 2,099 total salaried staff, full-time and part-time, as well as 1,417 are union members. We also have roughly 643 hourly and paid positions.
In Brooklyn, we currently have 1,257 employees, 989 full-time, 268 part-time. We will have to, the budgeted headcount was 1,167 at FY24 adoption.
And at Queens, we have 1,415 staff, full-time, 978, part-time, 437. 87% of the full-time positions are union jobs, and due to the PEG and the budget outlook, we are down approximately 200 positions at this point.
Did New York and Brooklyn, did you guys mention how do you calculate your vacancies?
We have 140, we will have 146 vacancies.
Got it. Sorry, I didn't hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Roughly 200.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Okay. Okay, capital funding. So all 3 systems were forced to cut their capital portfolios by a combined $130 million. Could you tell us if this has led to projects being paused or delayed? And if so, how many and what phases were some of these projects in?
So with Queens, they're in various phases. With the capital cuts, though, it really deals with the moving forward, so we're going to have to stop a number of them. And again, it's the uncertainty of knowing what amount of money we'll have available to us. So that's part of the challenge as far as the status of the capital funding at this point. And then in planning moving forward, so we have a number like Baisley Park and several other libraries that are on hold at this point. And we can give you a specific list as well.
Because I know you had testified in the past that capital projects that are near completion ultimately can't be completed due to the need for more funding. Is that right?
Yeah. So with us, again, we have several of the projects that are not going to be paused, but we will not be able to move forward with new projects.
Got
going
it.
Forward. Yeah.
We've had to push out 41 million. We've been requested to push out $41 million of our capital, and that means lots of amazing and essential renovations that were being planned. Those plans have stopped. There are a few instances where we were actually beyond planning and into design, again, had to stop. We know that when we return to these projects, which we will have to, these are capital requirements. The city is obligated to meet these needs. They will be more expensive, and along the way, we'll have our branches closed because we'll have emergency repairs because we haven't been able to do the necessary deferred maintenance.
Costs a lot of money to do nothing.
Yeah, no such thing as standing still. In Brooklyn, we've had to eliminate $47 million from our capital plan. 4 renovations are in jeopardy: Cortelyou, Diker, Gravesend, and Hylon. And these are reductions that are forcing us to eliminate really long-awaited renovations and to remove funding for capital projects and eliminate critical infrastructure funds.
Yeah, an exact amount, just to give you the exact amount for Queens,
Yep.
the capital peg is $32.2 million is our capital peg.
Thank you. And just another thing in terms of headcount, were there any changes since the pegs?
Well, we've been, obviously slow to hire because of what we're anticipating. I don't know if since we've, I don't know the exact number since.
Okay.
I mean, the bottom line is that we've basically have stopped hiring. And so while it's not a hard freeze, we have a really sore freeze. We've formed an internal committee that looks at priority hires that we need to put in place, but we're, as I indicated earlier, down 200
And that's
in our
just
headcount.
due to the uncertainty.
It's due to, oh yeah, and then just, if I may, picking up on Tony's point from earlier, that carries forward obviously into the new fiscal year. So even if the money is restored, we're behind already because we don't have the positions there. The libraries are not going to open as a result of not having those positions. We have to post, we have to go through the interviewing process. So even with restoration, we're going to be stretched even thinner for a period of time. And so that's the challenges, I think. And then again, as I indicated in one other discussion point, we really have to deal with moving staff from point to point to point to point to cover that. And then you have people who are retiring as well as people who just decide to leave. So I mean, those are all the vacancies that we have to manage to make sure the system is running.
My colleagues have covered it. I'll just add that because we have, because of the research library being mostly supported by private dollars, funding, endowment, et cetera, we face the challenges in that arena as well because the city funding is essential. And we can't, we simply can't deliver with this level of uncertainty. We're not hiring. When we do get restored, if it's not baselined, are we being responsible in hiring at that point? All right? How do we attract the best talent, the sorts of folks sitting behind me, under those kinds of uncertain circumstances? It's really quite unthinkable.
Just for the record, speaking about the $58.3 million that the council called on and what that would basically barely get us back to zero. Is there a number that's not an aspirational number, but a number that you feel would make you whole in terms of what you've lost?
We need the number that we have lost restored. We need it. We need the city council's amazing efforts and support for us continued. We need to make sure that the money that we saw restored but that was not baselined is baselined, so that we don't keep coming back to zero or negative numbers, in which case we cannot deliver what you need us to deliver.
I think if I interpret your question properly, you're asking what we need over and above a full restoration
Right.
in order to be whole. And I hesitate to throw a number out there, but I would be more than happy by the end of the day to provide something to you that I think would be, and I'm not even, I don't want you to think that I'm being greedy here, but we could put very solid numbers together that would allow us to operate without the constant stress of being underfunded.
That would be helpful. I mean, the council has maintained that there's enough money here to get us back to zero and then some. So I think it's important that we know.
The then some
Yeah, I
will
was
be
gonna say the same
forthcoming.
thing.
Yeah, got it.
We encourage the then some because
We-
it's a
we-
reality as far as.
My team is saying that they think we need an additional 5 million over and above full restoration.
And we've analyzed it as well, and ours is 5 million. So
Ours is 9 million, but again, I just want to reiterate, if this isn't baselined, right, the city council should be talking to the administration to say it's not enough to restore these monies, to bring this dance to what would be then seen as a successful conclusion. That is not a successful conclusion because we can't plan, we can't hire, we can't continue to invest unless we have the certainty of baselining going forward, in addition to the additional costs that we face, $9 million in the case of New York Public.
So, this last from me. So tomorrow, we're going to ask OMB about libraries, and they're going to tell us that they didn't tell you to cut 7-day service. They're going to tell you you should just tap into your endowment. What is our response to that?
In Brooklyn, and I think I speak for all of us when I talk about the decision to cut Sunday service, Sunday is far and away our most expensive day to operate, and so when you're in an environment where you're trying to minimize the impact of a constrained library system, it makes most sense to start on Sundays. It's also the day that's hardest to get people to work because it's voluntary. So it's not random and it's not political. It's just what makes sense fiscally. So that's the answer to the Sunday issue. And with respect to the endowment, Brooklyn has a small endowment, and it's not legal actually for us to just spend.
Well, that was my next question. So I think it's puzzling to me because there's no other agency where we say, oh, if they're falling on tough times, just dip into your endowment to keep the lights on. But is that even allowed?
Much of the funds in the endowment are restricted and it's not allowed. And also the endowment itself generates operating dollars that we take advantage of every year. And if you start to spend down the corpus, you end up reducing the amount of money that the endowment will contribute to the budget, and eventually you'll be in a much worse situation than.
Yeah, it's a spiral.
Right, exactly.
So, again, Queens has a small endowment, and our endowment is restricted. It's not legally permissible. The people who provide the money or endowed a library restrict it for a specific purpose. I mean, it's not for general operating purposes.
Right.
As Linda indicated, Linda knows it like anything. It's just not the way to do business, and it's not legally permissible, plain and simple.
My colleagues have covered this. Let me just add, the New York Public Library's endowment has been built over the last 125 years. It is perhaps the perfect example of a private-public partnership. That private funding, together with the resources we raise, record-breaking every year, despite the city's budget cuts, means that we can offer the city of New York the greatest, most used research library. We can cover central administration costs privately. We're proud of having built that capacity. Let me be very clear. The annual, ongoing operating costs of the branches of our public libraries are the responsibility, legally, of the city. And there is simply no way, in addition to the issues of restriction, there is no way that our private giving or endowment could possibly cover the annual ongoing operating costs of the branches or the capital requirements. Let me give an example. If the city said, we are cutting this agency's, and they said, oh, don't worry, you can cover it by selling assets. Why don't you sell the building that you operate the agency in? That will give you cash, problem solved, resulting in a complete inability to provide services and destroying your future possibility of providing services. That is what the endowment question analogizes to.
Chair, may I just follow up on one other point that you raised? With Sunday service, as Linda indicated, obviously it's time and a half. But from a management point of view, our options are limited. It's personnel. We're not going to lay off staff. So it's attrition and not hiring as many people, if hiring at all. It's books, which we've already indicated we've cut into. It's the various services that we offer and trying to constrict it to a way that allows us to provide the services, but at the same time may not be at the same level based on the budget cuts. And there's sundry items that are small items. I mean, those are the things that we have to focus on as managers. And so the Sunday service is unfortunately and sadly a place to go. The shrinking of staff, unfortunately and sadly, is a place to go. We are lean organizations, plain and simple. And so I just say that to you. And then the other piece of this, and again, it's been alluded to, but just to say it again in a more direct way, that a lot of the capital issues that surface will not be paid for through capital funds based on the emergency nature. So that's money that comes out of the expense budget as well. So we have to then hold back on some of those expense items for the capital needs of the libraries because we don't have enough money. So you may see the closings that we talked about in our testimony, or the not opening, or the air conditioning, or the boilers breaking down. Those are the ways we've been able to manage the cuts that are in place. So to say that, oh, we made a decision of Sunday, unfortunately and sadly, is one of the many ways we had to really deal with the cuts that we were facing, plain and simple.
There is no choice of cuts that anyone wants to see. If you reduce our budget, we have to cut services. We don't have that kind of fat. We are efficient. So if the administration turns and says, well, why did you cut X? The answer is, well, would you have rather we cut Saturday hours or branches in neighborhoods that are desperate for those services, cut those altogether? It's disingenuous to say, why did you cut Sunday? Something had to be cut. We hate all those possible cuts. We want all of that restored.
Thank you all very much. Chair Rivera.
Thank you very much. Just want to, Linda mentioned being up at night, and how distressing this is. Certainly, I've been thinking of these cuts a lot. I am up in the middle of the night, but the baby has listened to a lot of Council Live and New York One. Just because protecting our democratic institutions are so important. And I had questions on, what is it that you all provide and how are the communities impacted, but I thought you laid that out quite brilliantly in your opening statements. that included attendance and membership up by 40%. You offer citizenship classes, and you go to senior centers and nursing homes and cut to essential lifelines like food pantries. I mean, this is really critical services, tax prep, college and career hubs, the prom dress donation I found, especially touching. I was so thrilled that I got to go to prom, and I remember when I donated my dress afterwards because I just wanted someone else to have that. So I think that there's these experiences and these little moments throughout this very, very vibrant and energetic city that we all have to come to appreciate, and sometimes it's in that quiet, in that space in your libraries that allows someone to have that. So what percentage of the systems budget is city funding? You do all this with these funds. What percentage of the systems budget is city funding?
For Brooklyn, it's 85%.
For Queens, it's roughly 92%, give or take.
And we're a slightly different animal. We're at about 60%.
Still, all above?
Essential 60%.
Absolutely.
It's the lion's share for the branches, as per an agreement signed with Andrew Carnegie.
What steps do you take to minimize the impact of any closed branches in neighborhoods? Or I would say the reduction of services that you've seen. So you've had a reduction of services. Have you had to close any branches because of the cuts?
Thus far, we've actually refrained from opening branches that were scheduled to come back online in order not to disrupt the pattern of usage from people who have become accustomed to using the branches that are open. If we do have to take the next step, we try and deploy our bookmobiles and our techmobiles and our kidmobiles, but it's not sufficient. In cases where we have long-planned renovations, we also look for temporary space in the neighborhood. An example that's happening right now is in Red Hook, where we're doing a full renovation, and we're in the process of opening a temporary space nearby for that community.
So yesterday, when I went to the Broadway branch, which unfortunately won't open right now based on the cuts, our mobile library was there. And on Thursday, if I'm not mistaken, it's at our Bay Terrace Library, so it's the mobile libraries there as well. So we have our mobile libraries that are deployed to the various branches. On Saturday, they're at Laurelton, which is under construction right now. So that's how we've had to really adjust to the branches that aren't open, but we have not closed a branch based on the cut. It's just not reopening branches that are ready to open based on the cuts.
Same here at New York Public Library from November to March 24. As I mentioned, the library had 69 unplanned closures affecting 34 branches for an average of 2 hours lost per closure. And that will just continue to speed up as we don't have the capital investments or the expense that we can spend on repairs. Those repairs will lead to more closures that and we simply won't have the staff to meet those needs.
Well, we've said it over and over again, without a restoration of the tens of millions of dollars that you all need, that things will only worsen. I know my council colleagues are funding all types of projects. I know they're HVACs or even teen centers, right? A wide spectrum of services that are provided through these physical facilities, and we have to overhaul the older facilities as well. If I could ask about specific examples in each of the boroughs, can the New York Public Library provide a status update on the Tompkins Square and West New Brighton comprehensive renovation projects and the projected completion date? And has the Department of Design and Construction remained on target?
Sure, I can start. Tompkins Square, we are engaged in a $30.1 million comprehensive renovation. It's in the planning phase. Funding starts in FY25. We hope to be able to do this, please. At West New Brighton, $16.5 million comprehensive renovation plan, also in the planning phase. We're waiting for design CP approval at OMB. This project will be managed by EDC. That's a great partnership. Let me just reiterate. We are prepared to put private dollars into play to make it possible for us to do what are called pass-throughs, to work with other city agencies. We love our colleagues at DDC, but the truth is when we do that with the work with them, it takes twice as long,
Yeah.
it costs twice as much. The city isn't getting half as much bang for its buck, so we look for these kinds of great other partnerships that can get us a better result for all the citizens of New York, especially in these neighborhoods that are so desperate for their library services.
We agree that going to multiple agencies to get to this phase is a bit cumbersome and can take quite a long time. Before we leave Manhattan, I think Battery Park is here. I want to give a shout out to the students from School 276 in Councilmember Marte's district. Hi, welcome everyone. That's awesome. Okay. Into Brooklyn, can you all provide a status update on the Eastern Parkway and Brownsville overhaul projects and the projected completion date, and has DDC remained on target?
So Eastern Parkway is a $20 million full restoration project, which is planned, but not until spring of next year. We've asked for an additional $750,000 for initial outfitting, but hopefully this project will be able to stay on course should things turn around. I'm sorry, the other one you asked about was Brownsville?
Tom,
That's-
yes, Brownsville.
And in Brownsville, the branch has $23.3 million in the fiscal 2024-2028 commitment plan for another full branch renovation, which includes a rooftop addition. This project has been in the works for a long time. Additional public service space, new landscaping, a green roof, security and fire safety systems, and a new system to make it fossil fuel-free and sustainable.
Okay, and in Queens, the Corona branch expansion?
Sure. Corona is increasing the building floor area by 7,500 square feet to 16,000 square feet, probably maybe even closer to 18,000. DDC construction budget is roughly $28.4 million. Current status is that DDC's front-end planning unit is engaged in this process right now, working with our folks. DDC forecast substantial completion is to be determined. Current plans are for the lot to bulldoze a house that we own next door. That will be torn down and leveled to the ground, and then building a security fence so the space can be used by our facilities team as well as DDC's team, and then we'll start the renovation of Corona. So it's in the front end and planning right now with DDC.
I ask about these neighborhoods because clearly this doesn't cover the current system-wide unfunded capital need that you have, but these are all special, significant neighborhoods that are deserving of a finished project. So I just wanted to ask about those, and I know the council members have been great advocates. It's just this constant state of budget instability, as was mentioned, that's incredibly frustrating. So how much funding would be required to reinstate Sunday hours for all libraries in each system? I know there's a few numbers there, but
We need a full restoration to do that.
and you've mentioned an additional $5 million would be
The
nice.
additional money would be great. That would allow us to be properly staffed, at a full complement.
So the libraries offer, books and materials in many languages. You touched on that in your testimony. How many languages are audiobooks provided in, or print books, just to give an idea?
We'll get you that precise number. I mean, it is astonishing. I know the public school system, for instance, through our My Libraries NYC partnership, in effect depends upon our providing books in the multiple languages that they simply cannot. In addition to our shelves and the branches, tailored to the needs of each neighborhood and the languages that are being met there. And we have an amazing staff who are, fluent in those languages. We use technology to help us when we need help. We are the first place of immigrants. We always have been. because we're trusted, because we don't ask for your papers, because we respect you, we're inclusive. We want everyone to come, and they can tell the languages are just a part of that.
I don't know the exact number in audiobooks, but I will say that the services that we provide in multiple languages is extraordinary. And I always hesitate to say this number because it sounds so large, but we offer services in over 60 languages throughout the borough. And in Brooklyn, where half the families speak a language other than English at home, it's essential that we be able to continue to do so.
So in Queens, we have roughly 191 languages represented in our collection, not audiobooks, but in our collection, and roughly dozens in audiobooks itself. But obviously, as Tony indicated, based on the neighborhood, we always make sure we tailor our collections and, to the best of our ability, our audiobooks to the neighborhood demographics as well.
And I just want to thank you for that, because I know even in my own district, we've had many people who are seeking asylum go to St. Bridget's, which is a church and former school, and seeking services. And Tompkins Square Park Library has actually added a section to accommodate the languages from West Africa. And I know that you're doing that in your branches across the city, and we all know Queens. I mean, you can walk in Queens and hear 50 languages in a given day. So I want to thank you for doing that. Just a couple more questions, because I know my colleagues are anxious to also engage with you. Do the systems offer toddler programs, asking for a friend?
Absolutely. Our early childhood story hours are I think we were, I know, at roughly 1 million visits to those a year. I think we're coming back towards those numbers post-pandemic. They are the essential sort of first foundation block where parents and caregivers have a place to go. They learn how to teach reading. The students get excited by reading and by being with other kids who are reading. They grab books on the way out. Often the caregivers or the parents sign up for education programs while they're there for story hours. That is foundational. We love our story hours. And the idea that if we have branches closed, we can't offer those is just unthinkable.
Yeah, I mean, obviously services, 0 to 5 are bread and butter. We even have stroller parking. If your friend might be worried about what to do with her stroller while her kids are in story hour. We haven't gotten to valet parking yet.
So funny you should say that, Tony, because yes, we do, to answer your question. No, I thought of that idea. The folks behind me know I have that crazy idea. There's one library in particular where the strollers are lined up all the way. And I said, someone who's entrepreneurial could really make a lot of money if they wanted to have valet parking for strollers. Yes to your question, and we pride ourselves in that. I mean, my mental sanity is directly correlated to the number of strollers I see outside our door. Plain and simple, because you know what's taking place at those hours. And that, to me, is the bread and butter of what we do. So, yes, we do.
I know you've brought back so much programming. During the pandemic, you moved to have an expanded virtual presence and remote offerings. You're still offering virtual programs, obviously. So can you just talk very briefly about that, just so I can get to my colleague's question?
Yeah, thanks so much for that question, because one thing that has added significantly to our operating costs is that during the pandemic, we all sort of transformed ourselves into digital enterprises, and it was necessary and it was fabulous, and unfortunately it made the ability to reach those on the wrong side of the digital divide that much more difficult. And then as we started reopening and taking full advantage of our bricks and mortar libraries, we find ourselves in the position of having to finance not only the traditional bricks and mortar business, but also the digital enterprise, because there's once that box was open, there's no way to put that back, nor do we want to. But part of the reason that our expenses have increased, not only inflation, but also the fact that our business is much more complicated today than it was before the pandemic.
I'll just reiterate The digital divide continues to be a major problem. I mean, let's just be very clear. Something like 1.5 to 2 million New Yorkers don't have broadband at home. Imagine living through the pandemic when that was the only way to go to school, that was the only way to go to work or to do research or to be in touch with your loved ones. Imagine being cut off like that in the world that is the communications capital of the globe. We have a pilot project. We've been investing millions of private dollars to figure out whether Citizens Band Radio can be a way to provide basic utility level broadband to every New Yorker for free by broadcasting it from our branches. We'll explore anything. As Linda said, the pandemic proved that our investment in digital had been foresighted. I wish that it hadn't proven it so powerfully, but it did. We didn't lose any circulation. We shifted to ebooks. On the research library, we're aspiring to provide every book ever written to anyone on the planet as an ebook. And now that people are returning, thank God, to something more like regular life and enjoying each other's company and community and physical spaces that we need to be sure are inviting and respectful of people, we're now doing both. As my colleagues say, we're running 2 libraries. On the budget, we used to run 1. And we're here talking about restoration of massive cuts. We're not even talking about the resources to maintain those additional expectations that we are proud to provide to the city of New York.
So one of our programs is a mail-a-book program. And mail-a-book did something this year and prior years, but this year I think it was even more people participated, where we had a New Year's Eve celebration for people who are homebound for the most part. And it was fantastic, and I joined in for a little bit. And those are the types of things we're doing. We have author talks, ESOL classes virtually, in addition to having in-person as well. And so those are the things that we get involved in. And then one of our key people at the library is Ralph McDaniels. And Ralph, for those who know Ralph, is Video Music Box. And so Ralph holds his DJ lunch brunch sessions on a regular basis on Saturday and during the week, and then uses that for various program reinforcement as well. So we've incorporated both the virtual side as well as the in-person side. And as Tony indicated and Linda indicated, you know, we're running 2 libraries for the benefit of the public.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to highlight how much work you do in terms of your remote presence. And of course, you're going to hear from our colleagues about our experiences, even as council members. I know my first experiences were watching Drag Story Hour. I think now also with what we're seeing across the country with banned books and how you all continue to help not just New Yorkers, but other people read books that are important to our development as people. And civic engagement, what you offer in terms of computer services, thank you. With that, I will turn it over back to the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Rivera. We've also been joined by Council Members Hudson and Osei on Zoom, as well as Councilmember Brewer. Now we're going to start with questions from Councilmember Lewis, followed by Brooks Powers.
Thank you, chairs. And good morning, President Walcott, Johnson, and Marks. I share your sentiments about everything we're talking about today. And I want to thank you all for your leadership. Just have a quick question. The Brooklyn Library has been a major force in providing services for entrepreneurs with learning and certification opportunities for MWBEs through the BPL Business Center, which you also call Power Up Pitch. So I wanted to know, do you have figures on how many businesses are being supported through the MWBE clinic in the Brooklyn Public Library branches in FY24? And what does that look like in FY25? And how many times a year does the program operate? And how many branches are served through this programming?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I don't have the exact figures, but I can get them for you quickly. And in terms of how many times they're offered, like Power Up, for example, is a 9-month period. It's an annual program that operates for the majority of the year. It progresses toward the culmination of an investment in a local business.
And will this program see cuts in hours and scope due to cuts indicated in the FY25 budget?
Yeah,
And what does
so-
that look like?
Some of these programs that you've mentioned are privately funded programs. The problem is that if the branches aren't open, there's no place for people to come and take advantage of those programs. There's no way to offer the services that we've come to offer, and so it's a real problem. So even if you have the benefit of private funding for a particular programming, if you don't have the physical space to have the sessions that you need in order to accomplish the goals, it's all sort of pointless.
Right. Thank you so much. That's all my questions, chairs. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Brooks Powers, followed by Hanif.
Thank you, and thank you for today's testimony. Just a few quick questions. Mr. Marks, you had mentioned in your testimony in terms of 69 unplanned closures and 34 branches that were closed due to staffing shortages. Was that solely with the New York Library, or is that across in all of the boroughs?
That's 3 boroughs. That's our Manhattan, Staten Island, and the Bronx.
Would you be able to provide us with a list of which ones were impacted?
Sure, we can get that to you.
And then
Each one is a tragedy, of course.
absolutely. Also, I know that my colleagues had spoken about the capital projects and where they are, and we've been working closely with Mr. Walcott on that, trying to see these projects move back up. So our understanding is that OMB has either canceled or pushed out a significant number of capital projects. I know most council projects were moved back up, but can you provide a list of projects that were funded by this administration that were either rescinded and canceled entirely or have been intentionally pushed into the out years like fiscal year 33? And has OMB indicated whether these projects will be restored or committed into earlier fiscal years? And then my last question is, of course, can't miss the opportunity to check on the status of the Far Rockaway Library's
I'm surprised that wasn't your first
opening. You know, I was just trying to
I know you'll
ease
be.
my way in there.
So, Linda's looking at me. So I guess I'm responding to Far Rock, and then we can take the other parts of the question. That's a real question. So we're looking at Midsummer. As you know, we're stacking books right now in Far Rockaway. It's an exciting opportunity when you're ready to participate in. It's a
Yes,
great
I missed
fun-
the other day. I would like to, if we could
We'll
schedule
be
it.
Glad to reschedule it. So we're stacking the books in Far Rockaway, and it's moving along nicely. I mean, it really is shaping up, and our timeline is mid-July, end of July, give or take a couple of weeks. So we're excited, and as you know, we'll maintain the teen library as well in Far Rockaway. So we'll have the new Far Rockaway branch as well as the teen library. We are phasing out the temporary site. We're doing grab and go there right now, so that way the staff can concentrate the stacking of the books and setting up the new building. So that's the status of
Is there
Far Rock.
any way we could speed up the opening to like early July? I mean, June is here now, but
I would not make a commitment to that. I mean, if it happens, it's as a result of the hard work and the great work of the staff and the staffing, and the stacking of the books. And then the other thing that I think you've been involved in the discussion as well, that backyard area will be open to the public. So we've already set that
Okay.
up, and the signage has been reflecting that'll be open to the public as well.
speaking of signage, sorry, just adding
And I
another
was setting
piece.
you up for that.
Yes, you were, Far Rockaway.
Yeah,
Far
so-
Rockaway has such rich history, and shout out to Louisa who answers all my emails
In a timely way, I know.
in a very timely way, and I appreciate her. But I cannot miss the opportunity to advocate to put the Far Rockaway name somewhere prominently on the door. So that when people come, they know that they're not just coming to the Queens Library, but that they're coming to the Far Rockaway Library, so that the community feels seen in the new design, because it's beautiful. And as we know, when nice, shiny things come to communities often feel like they're being pushed out. And we've received a number of emails making this request, so I wouldn't be doing my job if I did not advocate, and I would love to see it. I'm sure there's a design that works to incorporate it. And then also, since we're talking about my libraries now, if you could just tell me about Laurelton, and that's it. And thank you, chairs.
Sure. I'm prepared for Laurelton as well, in that, as you know, Laurelton is closed at this particular point, and as a result of your advocacy, we have the mobile library there on Saturdays, and we were there for the opening of the mobile library there for the first Saturday. And with Laurelton, DDC construction budget is roughly 1.8 million, and that's for roof replacement with substantial completion projected for third quarter of 2024. And then the second phase will be dealing with additional work, and that DDC construction budget will be 13.9, but that's off in the future. So Laurelton is moving along nicely, and we'll have the mobile library there on Saturdays.
And off in the future isn't fiscal 33.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Off in the future is not fiscal year 33, though, right? Not that.
We hope not. I mean, that goes back to the push out, and I think we've been able to get, removed. Go ahead, Linda. Yeah, it's been pushed back.
Yeah, those
Have been rolled back.
those have all been rolled back. The
Right.
library projects that were being pushed out as much as 10 years have all been rolled back.
But
So-
the capital-
Just the ones that were city
Just the one-
council funded,
yeah,
right?
just the one that were city.
There's a
funded.
lot of,
Yep.
of projects that are being pushed out because the capital budget's been pushed out.
So going back to the original question, can you tell us which ones those are?
We'll give you the breakdown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your advocacy.
Okay, we have questions from Councilmember Hanif, followed by Brewer.
Thank you so much, chairs, and thank you for being here. And I just want to give a big gratitude to all of our library workers. You all are brilliant, so talented, and it just hurts my heart to hear that we're in a place where we can't bring in all of the sort of folks who are trying to get into this industry. And that's a big failure for our city. Of course, the Sunday cuts have had a devastating effect on our city, and to think that Saturday services might be cut also it's overwhelming. It's overwhelming, and it is disruptive to our local democracy. Just like real talk, this is disruptive to our local democracy. As other states ban books, our libraries, you all have stood firm in pushing back against censorship and really making sure that our libraries are dedicated to intellectual freedom, curiosity, and allowing all types of characters and authors to be in our shelves and on our walls. So I just want to get into the weeds a little about how the impact of cuts on programs are going to impact children and teens, and I want to go through, because the library has coverage of so many constituencies, and with these cuts, could you just walk us through like which programs will perhaps vanish entirely, or how is cutting back on programming going to impact children and teens, older adults, those who are coming in for English language classes and other programming for immigrants, folks experiencing homelessness, and then I want you all to just give me an overview of the staffing. Like where do we want staffing to be at this moment in 2024 and 5 years from now?
Yeah, a lot of parts to that. I'll start with the programming cuts because I think that's what is the hardest thing to swallow, because we will need to reduce programming budgets by a third, which impacts all non-grant funded programming. That means that fewer citizenship classes, fewer visits to senior centers, nursing homes, cuts to creative aging and older adult classes, reduction of the young adult literacy program by half, fewer stipends resulting in fewer teen interns. We are doing a lot with teens these days, and those internships, which are actually paid internships, give teens the ability to find good jobs in the summer close to their homes. We will unfortunately scale back our new and popular Teen Takeover initiative. The cut to our programming budget for teen initiatives by a third. We'd eliminate 2 Teen Takeover sites. That leads to a decrease of 22 total takeover events. We would scale back technology and arts workshops for teens. Budgets for external presenters and teachers will be diminished by a third. And one of our new teen tech centers at Adams Street would be closed on all Saturdays. Our new young adult literacy programs, which are located in 2 neighborhood libraries, would be forced to cut classes by half, by 50%. We'd keep one site operational while closing the other. We would have 5 fewer 10-week citizenship classes, which is a reduction of 63%. I can go, I mean, this is
Yeah,
really what you
I
want.
would
This is
love to
terrible.
just get this in
50%
over email.
reduction in library visits to senior centers and nursing homes, a third fewer visits to children and families in hospitals and rehabilitation facilities, and book distribution to children cut by half. We would be forced to cut 4 creative aging program series and branches beginning in July of 2024. And we would also cut multi-session artist-led classes for older adults who seek to learn a new skill and helps mitigate the effects of social isolation.
Yeah, this is just infuriating to hear.
Yeah.
And like how many people would that impact? Having half fewer sessions? Are people being turned away or?
Well, they just, if the library hours aren't there and the classes aren't being offered, there's nowhere to go.
Right.
And if they come, and we're not providing classes, there's still a place for them to come to read, but, and to do all the wonderful things people do in libraries to sort of take advantage of that town square. But yes, the programs are everything these days, especially important as we become less and less about being a repository for material and more about literacy programming that allow people of all ages, backgrounds to rub shoulders.
I'll just reiterate, you've got some numbers, and I mentioned them in my testimony. If there are other numbers, we're happy to get those to you. None of them are happy making numbers. Let me just be clear. The libraries, in the times we have been working together, have transformed themselves. We are still the essential passive space. Even just heating and air conditioning or computer skills, let alone our great collections, our amazing librarians. That continues. In neighborhoods, there's no place else to go.
Right.
But we have changed in this decade or more, we've been doing this, to now also proactive education centers. We'd gone from like 100,000 visits to our education programs to nearly 2 million visits. And let me be clear, that was in part because in the case of New York Public Library, we've raised $100 million of private money to partner with the city. Those should be city obligations, but we've partnered, we've stepped up. Our donors, our trustees have stepped up. Now we're facing unprecedented cuts. Some significant portion of those 2 million visits, probably 3 or 4 million across the 3 systems, will be reduced simply because we can't open our doors. And the private dollars and donors that have looked to partner with the city to provide the needs of New Yorkers, because they are coming to us more than any place else, all of that rolls back if the city doesn't meet its side of the bargain and do it with stability, with confidence, so that we can plan on that partnership and build it so that people can continue to come.
If I can just take a quick second to try to answer it a little differently as well. In our reliability and credibility will start to go down, because when it's time to have an ESOL class, but the doors aren't open because we don't have the ability to open a door a particular day or a particular week or whatever the case may be, people saying, huh? Or that person is coming for toddler story time, and the doors aren't open, or the children librarians aren't hired because of the budget cuts. People say, what's going on here? It's totally counter to who we are as far as that trusted institution, the reliable institution, the high-quality institution that our staff provide through the programs. So in addition to the stats that Linda talked about and what Tony talked about, it's the unknowingness of the library door may not be open as a result of these budget cuts. And then we won't have the ability to, what's wrong? What?
We love it.
I know. I'm I mean, and not to me, for me, go ahead. I mean, I know Linda is just ready to jump on the mic, but the reliability and the quality that we provide is totally undermined as a result of these cuts, and that's getting into the weeds.
Yeah, I totally agree. I just want to, can you also incorporate, because of course it's a proactive repository of, passive repository of information, but also a literacy center and so much more, just specifically the Books for All initiative, because you all are serving as an example, as a demonstration, one of the few in our entire nation, of how to protect intellectuals, authors, characters.
So thanks. Brooklyn has initiated now over 2 years ago this program called Books Unbanned, which is a program that is nationwide, as you point out. It's done with 100% private money, which I say because we, of course, are providing service outside of New York City, but also because of the point that Tony just made, and Dennis, it all sort of coalesces. Libraries are, in fact, highly trusted institutions. And they're trusted not only by our patrons, and consistency is an important part of that, but we're also trusted by the foundations and philanthropists who contribute to the libraries. And if that trust starts to fray, is a great word that Dennis uses, all of it starts to disintegrate in ways that impact not only the work that our fabulous staffs want to provide, but also in terms of how much the community feels welcome and trusts that we'll be doing what we say we'll do. It's very important for all libraries to be consistent in their hours, in their service, and in everything that we deliver. That is an essential part of who we are. With respect to Books Unbanned, we are very fortunate here in New York City not to be afflicted by book bans. But it's not something that libraries across the country can say. And so the programs that we've been offering provide access to teens across the country to our entire digital collection, not just books that have been banned, but all books, because we believe deeply in the freedom to read anything that you would like to read.
Linda and Dennis are doing amazing work on this. Look, just as it's unthinkable that we're sitting here talking about resisting cuts to libraries, given everything you've heard, it's also unthinkable that we're sitting here talking about book banning in America. Bannings that are targeted at kids who are trying to figure out who they are, right? Whether it's LGBTQ or kids of color or whatever it is, right? So we're proud to use private funds to step up to be national leaders, to stand for what New York stands for, what we know the mayor stands for, right? He's been very vocal on this subject with us. That's a fabulous partnership. But, yes, we're not banning books in New York, but if our doors are closed, I'll go back to Dennis's point. So many of the people who use us and depend on us are folks without resources, who are managing double jobs and raising kids or taking care of aged seniors. They need to know that when they show up at the door, it will be open reliably so. Just a one or two experiences of, oh, it's not open, and people get busy. They move on. They don't come back. They're not sure they can trust us. And we are the most trusted institution in this town. Those are tragic outcomes that we need a budget result that precludes those outcomes and guarantees that going forward so that we can move forward together.
Thank you. We're going to move on to questions from Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much, and thank you for always partnering with all the libraries and us on different programs. And Tony, you're right, this is a tragedy. So I have a couple of questions. Number one, when you mentioned EDC, I wanted to know, how does one get to renovate with EDC as opposed to DDC? What's that process? Because I didn't know you could do that, and that's a great idea. Number two, on technology, in the past, we always tried, I don't know if you still have E-rate, and I was wondering if you do, is that something that we could still consider, if we have federal support, of pushing it out into the neighborhoods? And just on technology in general, I wanted to know, you know, every 5 years, you almost need new support in terms of the hardware, software. I want to know what your technology budgets are and how this could be impacted. And then we all the literacy programs have wait lists, so I was just wondering what your wait lists are. And then also just on the Sunday research libraries, are they open on Sunday? Obviously, the branches are dealing with this insane budget cut, but I didn't know if the research libraries were also. And then in the past, I should know this, but what was baselined in the past, if anything? Those are my questions.
I will try my best, Gail.
Thank you, Tony.
So first, yes, look, the research library is, the vast majority is privately funded, but we depend upon the city. So when the city cuts us, we have to reduce our services. And again, because of the overtime additional costs, our research libraries are closed on Sunday. People come from all over the city and all over the globe to use this amazing resource. It is not open on Sunday.
All right, so if the money's restored for Sunday, then the research library will be restored for Sunday?
Absolutely. We'd be proud and delighted to do that.
Right.
Our E-rate eligible costs in FY24 were $1.8 million. That's an incredibly important partnership, but our needs are greater than that, and we need to be, for instance, projecting broadband into the neighborhoods and being innovative in that way. Lastly, EDC. Look, DDC is the commission that is supposed to do design and
I complain
development.
about them all the time.
But it costs twice as much, takes twice as long. We look for other partners. Iris Weinschel, our COO, and our amazing team are working hard at that. They are the best. Those other agencies like EDC are happy to try to help, but that's not what they were designed for or funded for. So their capacity is limited. I'll give you just one example, and this goes back, importantly, to early partnerships with Maria Torres Springer and a previous role, and other great colleagues. When it was time to renovate Inwood, and working with Udonis, et cetera, and so many of you, we said, let's do this not just to get a better, bigger library as well as other community resources. We also partnered with a private donor and HPD to get 175 units of 100% affordable housing, like Brooklyn, using AIR for the first time in our history to meet the city's needs, because we can. EDC was our partner on that. It meant we got it done in half the time at half the cost. But we love working with them. We'll work with anyone.
Okay.
But that's not what they were designed or funded for. Their capacity to be able to do those partnerships with us is not what we need to solve and fix the essential core
We need to
problem.
fix the DDC problem. We do. Yep, I got it. I've been complaining into the microphone for years, but I'll keep it up.
Thank you.
You didn't answer all my questions, though. Literacy, what's the wait list for literacy? If there is one, I assume, because there's one wait list everywhere for literacy, if that's an issue, because the classes are desperately needed.
So with us, while Tony talks to his folks, With our ESOL program itself, we have a waiting list that's over 1,000
Over 1,000.
for ESOL. And just to answer you around the E-rate, our E-rate is roughly $750,000.
Okay.
And if I'm not mistaken, that's gone down over the years, but it's roughly still around 750,000. And our main work is through DDC unless we're doing a project on our own. And if we're doing a project on our own, we have to have other funding, so that way it's coming mainly for us from the state. We don't have the type of private donors to step up at this particular point in time, so we look for those types of projects.
Okay. All right.
It seems that wait lists for ESOL classes are now the most dire situation. We have over 2,800 people on our wait list for ESOL. Our citizenship programs had 53 sessions with 543 attendees in 2022. And in 2023, we had 196 sessions with over 1,000 attendees, which is almost 1,000% increase. So that's really the pain point for us right now. Our tech budget is approximately 5% of our overall budget at $4.6 million.
Okay.
About $1 million a year for Brooklyn in E-rate funding. It's restricted to use in libraries.
I know.
And then finally, the EDC issue, which Tony spoke about. In order to take advantage of EDC as our, agency, it has to be a project that aligns with their own initiatives and priorities. So, for example, in Red Hook for Brooklyn, which is a waterfront community, that's an EDC project because EDC is focused on the waterfront.
Okay. It just makes no sense to me why DDC has to be so expensive when EDC isn't.
Yeah,
Go
part
ahead.
of the problem is time. The EDC's projects are so poorly designed and so poorly executed. DDC, I'm sorry, that it stretches over time. And as you know, time.
There's something wrong, though.
Time is no friend to these projects.
We've talked about this.
Endlessly.
The DDC question is sort of a public policy sort of enigma, to put it nicely.
Right.
Why the city doesn't solve this problem to get twice as much bang for its buck, I
Sounds like a
fail
good-
to understand. And we can get creative working with EDC. We can do pass-throughs.
Right.
We'll find private money, and we've done that in record numbers. But we need to know that the city is a dependable partner. We can't do pass-throughs if we don't have a capital allocation. I'll go back to your question. In FY and calendar year 23, the library filled 13,000, almost 14,000 ESOL class seats. Record numbers, 74% increase from the previous year. But we still do turn people away, and we'll get you those numbers. We're proud to be there for the asylum seekers. We are all talking about that. We are front and center, as we have been for generations of immigrants, and will continue to be. I'll just sadly say that the truth is, when we have to close our doors, we won't even have a wait list to show you.
Right.
People will get discouraged. They'll turn away.
Yep.
Right? They're busy. They need to know they can rely on us. That's the great tragedy, the sort of silent wait list, the sort of people just give up the hope that we have given them. That is not New York.
The chair said you're going to get another 9 and another, what did you need? 5 and 5. That's what the
For
chair just
additional
said.
costs.
That's what the chair just said. Thank you very much.
And
We'll hold you to it.
just to give you a concrete number for us, we had
Gail's giving out cash here.
4,700.
We'll be back tomorrow.
4,752 ESOL sessions, which roughly approximated the attendance of 57,710 people.
Thank you all very much. I think you could tell you're preaching to the choir, but it's important that the city understands what's at stake here. So thank you all very much.
And thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too. All right, we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to hear from the Department of Cultural Affairs.
Why do you think the person is standing there? So why do you think the person is standing there?
Good morning, good morning. Once again, as a reminder, there is no eating or drinking in the council chambers. If you wish to testify, please go to the back of the room to fill out a testimony slip, even if you're already registered online. Good morning, good morning. Once again, as a reminder, there is no eating or drinking in the council chambers. If at this time, can everybody please silence your cell phones? And if you wish to testify, please go to the back of the room to fill out a testimony slip. If anybody can find a seat and settle down, we are getting ready to continue.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome to the final executive budget hearing for the day, focusing on the Department of Cultural Affairs. Councilmember Brannan, I chair the Committee on Finance. I'm still joined by my colleague, Councilmember Rivera, chair of the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Intergroup Relations. Welcome to our old friend, Commissioner Lori Cumbo. It's good to have you back in the chambers and your team. Thank you for joining us today to answer our questions. Just as a reminder, on April 24th, 2024, the administration released the Executive Financial Plan for FY 24 to 28 with a proposed FY 25 budget of $111.6 billion. DCLA's proposed FY 25 budget of $152 million represents less than 1% of the administration's proposed FY 25 budget in the executive plan. This is an increase of $7.2 million, or 5%, from the initial $144.8 million budgeted in the preliminary plan. The $7.2 million increase results from several actions, mostly a partial restoration of PEGs to the CDF, the Cultural Development Fund, and the CIG, the Cultural Institution Group Operating Subsidy, partially offset by an adjustment in utility spending costs. As of March 2024, DCLA has 9 vacancies relative to the FY24 budgeted headcount. In the council's preliminary budget response, we called on the mayor to add $75.6 million to DCLA's budget to fully restore the cuts imposed to the cultural institutions' funding, of which the executive plan only restored $15 million. As I said this morning, we do not arrive at these numbers lightly. The council has identified sufficient resources to restore this and other necessary cuts in full. Investing in our arts and cultural institutions isn't a nice luxury, but one of those rare moments where it works from both a moral and a financial position. If a budget is a moral document, then the arts are what inspires generations today and tomorrow to create and think and explore the world beyond. And I've got the passport stamps to prove it. Financially, our cultural institutions are also those key investments we need to support a heartbeat pulling millions of people into the city from around the world every year, generating revenue and supporting jobs all the while. Council is obligated to deliver a final budget that supports New Yorkers' success, fiscal and otherwise, and will continue that work in the negotiations in the month ahead. My questions today will largely focus on the council's budget response along with one-time funding and the DCLA's capital program. I now want to turn it to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Rivera, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Chair Brannan. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. Welcome to the hearing for the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Intergroup Relations. I'm Councilmember Carlina Rivera, chair of this committee. This afternoon, we will be discussing DCLA's executive plan. The DCLA budget for fiscal 2025 is $152 million, and the fiscal 2025 executive capital commitment plan includes $1.3 billion in fiscal 2024 to 2028 for the department. The proposed fiscal 2025 budget is $89.6 million less than the fiscal 2024 adopted budget. With the understanding that the fiscal 2025 executive budget does not yet reflect council initiatives, this represents a $53 million cut to cultural organizations. And I strongly believe that the budget does not adequately fund the city's cultural organizations. The culture community is not only an economic driver for the city, but is also the foundation for what makes New York City vibrant, healthy, and alive. A large part of what lights up New York is our arts and cultural sector, From our world-famous museums and cultural institutions to Broadway theaters and the performing arts scene and all of the organizations along the way on our streets and corners that contribute so much to our communities. New York City performers themselves are trendsetters, creating and expanding among many genres of art like hip hop and rap, ballet, and dance. Arts and culture define New York City. The critical role the arts play in our city is the primary reason the council urged the administration in our budget response to provide additional support for cultural organizations by adding an additional $75.6 million in fiscal 2025 to support cultural institution groups, or SIGs, and to provide across-the-board grant increases for all Cultural Development Fund recipients. That $75.6 million included restoring and baselining $45 million allocated in fiscal 2024 for the Department of Cultural Affairs, as well as restorations of the $20.1 million fiscal 2024 PEG, Program to Eliminate the Gap, and the $15.5 million fiscal 2025 PEG. These funds would support city artists and help to bring equity to arts and culture in the city. I am very, very disappointed to see that only a fraction of this funding has been included in the executive plan. New York City's world-renowned cultural institutions are vital to the enrichment and growth of the neighborhoods in which they reside and attract visitors from all over to visit our neighborhoods and support our small businesses. These organizations need full restoration for the sector to continue to flourish. With that said, it is the council's responsibility to ensure that the city's budget is fair, transparent, and accountable to all New Yorkers. Hence, as the chair of the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Intergroup Relations, I will continue to push for accountability and accuracy, and that's to ensure that the budget reflects the needs and interests of the city. It is essential that the budget we adopt this year is reflective of the priorities and interests of the council and, of course, all the people that we represent. This hearing is a critical part of that process, and I expect that DCLA will be responsive to the questions and concerns of council members, and I look forward to an active engagement with the administration as we set to adopt this budget finally. With that, I just want to acknowledge the members of the committee, just everyone who is here pretty much. I see Councilmember Brewer, Hanif Hudson, and Williams. I also want to thank all the members of the public who are going to testify shortly. I want to thank all of my staff, my Chief of Staff and Budget Director, Katie Loeb, Legislative Director, Eddie Amador, Financial Analyst, Sandra Gray, Committee Counsel, Christina Yalamati, and Legislative Policy Analyst, Regina Paul. And I once again want to thank my husband, Jamie, for being at home with our newborn. With that, I will turn it back over to Chair Brandon.
That's what I'm talking about. Daddy's at home with the newborn while you are here at work. Yes, girl.
Thank you, Chair. As a reminder, for this year's executive budget joint hearings, we'll take public testimony today after Cultural Affairs is finished giving their testimony. So if you wish to speak on either the library or Cultural Affairs FY25 budget, just make sure you fill out a witness slip in the back with the Sergeant at Arms. I'll now turn it over to the Committee Counsel, Mike Toomey, to swear in our witnesses, and we can begin.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Lori Cumbo?
I do.
Lance Pallavi?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairs Rivera and Brannan, and members of the Finance and Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Lori Cumbo, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs. I am here today to testify in regards to the Mayor's fiscal year 25 executive budget proposal as it applies to my agency. I am joined today by a number of my staff. And as you said, Chair Rivera, you will hear a lot today of response to many of the hearings that we've had in the past, and we look forward to delivering a lot on many of the suggestions and recommendations that have been made by this council. I will begin today with a rundown of DCLA's proposed budget for fiscal year 25. The mayor's executive budget allocates $151 million for the agency in the coming fiscal year. This includes $27.4 million for the Cultural Development Fund, $67.8 million for operating subsidies at the Cultural Institutions Group, $45.1 million for SIG energy costs, $1.17 million for Create NYC initiatives, $8.16 million for agency operations, and $1.75 million for other funding streams such as energy subsidies. Note that these figures do not include any funding such as City Council member items or initiatives that are typically added at adoption. By comparison, DCLA's budget at this same point in the process last year was just over $157 million. That means there were more than $80 million added to our budget at adoption last year when DCLA's budget stood at $241 million. In spite of the fiscal challenges that we've all faced, our fiscal year 24 budget remains among the largest ever for DCLA and follows record-setting investments in culture by the Adams administration. The administration support for DCLA also includes a number of PEG reductions in previous fiscal years that DCLA was exempted from. One of the few agencies to receive such exemptions. We're proud of this record of support, and we look forward to working toward adopting a budget for fiscal year 25 that builds on this strong foundation. I'd also like to highlight that the fiscal year 25 figures include more than $7.5 million in funding that was restored by Mayor Adams in his executive budget. This is part of more than $22 million in restorations over 3 fiscal years that the Mayor and Speaker Adams announced last month. DCLA, along with our fellow agencies, was asked to tighten our belts and find savings amid the immense fiscal challenges facing our city. While it was difficult, we did our part. Now this strong fiscal management is paying off. It's what made this restoration possible, and we're thrilled to be able to invest this major sum back into our cultural community. And the process of making that investment is already underway. Yesterday, we launched the application for the fiscal year 25 Cultural Development Fund, and as you know, this is one of the primary ways that the city supports the nonprofit cultural community that is such an important part of New York. For fiscal year 24, we invested over $52 million in 1,031 groups through the CDF in partnership with the council. This funding goes to groups of all shapes and sizes in every corner of all 5 boroughs. And this is in thanks in parts to the council's close collaboration. My team will be sending you toolkits to promote the fiscal year 25 CDF application, as well as the call for panelists to review applications. No one knows your districts like you do, and we appreciate your partnership in spreading the word about this critical source of support for the city's nonprofit cultural community. We really need your support in getting the word out. We really need your support at your community boards when you make those announcements to help us to recruit for more panelists and to make sure that we have the most robust panelists assembled from all 5 boroughs, and your partnership is critical in that. We're excited to roll out several changes to the CDF process this year because of the feedback that we've gotten from these hearings and so many other aspects of communication with the field. These are part of the ongoing reform efforts to make this funding stream as transparent and as equitable as possible. We have always said this would be an ongoing pilot process, one that we would continue to refine to find the fairest, most equitable ways to administer. We started with changes that included doubling the minimum grant size and making currently funded groups eligible for multi-year awards, regardless of their budget size. These are just a few of the reforms that we've already seen pay dividends. Since rolling out the initial reforms, forums like these hearings have been critical ways for us to learn about how the reforms are working on the ground. I've stayed after delivering my own testimony to listen to dozens of groups testify from across the city, and we thank each of those organizations that come here and take time away from their organizations to provide critical testimony that helps shape this process. I've joined constituent-led conversations like those that happen at Culture at 3 to listen to feedback. My team and I have been in constant dialogue with constituents from across the city at events, at site visits, in one-on-one conversations since we launched the reform efforts in fiscal year 23, and we're eager to adopt several new reforms this year as a result. This year's changes include adding a brand new ban for applicants with budget sizes of $1.5 million up to $3 million. Previously, this ban included groups from $500,000 up to $3 million with a minimum award size of $30,000. However, in practice, we saw that this lumped together incredibly disparate groups and prevented many mid-sized organizations from receiving more significant awards reflective of the reach of their programming. Now, the minimum for this new budget band will be $40,000, an effort to give more city support to mid-sized institutions, which are community anchors for neighborhoods across the boroughs. Another reform I'm excited to roll out this year is the CDF safety net. One concern that we've heard loud and clear, especially from Councilmember Brewer, in our dialogue with the field is that groups which had received long-term support from CDF had been unexpectedly reduced or their applications denied funding entirely. This is funding they relied on to support their roles as longtime community-based institutions. And when they didn't receive it, the implications were too often very dire. To avoid this situation, groups that have received CDF support for 6 years or more in a row will no longer be in this position of being zeroed out. If eligible groups receive CDF panel scores low enough to mean they would not be funded in fiscal year 25, instead, they'll now receive a safety net award of up to half the average of their total CDF baseline awards from the prior 6 fiscal years. Many members of the council and leaders in the cultural sector advocated for us to find a way to maintain support for such institutions, and we listened. We think this will help reduce the uncertainty for CDF grantees who have long track records of doing great cultural programming in their communities. Another change I'm excited to bring forward is bringing direct council representation back to the CDF process. This will make sure your unique, on-the-ground understanding of your communities is included in the application review process. Chair Rivera, I know my staff has briefed your team on these changes. We're happy to offer briefings to anyone else who wants to learn more and provide feedback into the process as we continue to work toward fostering a more transparent, equitable CDF. We are partners in this all the way. I want to turn now to a few other recent developments and highlights from the agency. DCLA's Capital Program, which is a partnership between the mayor, council, and borough presidents, continues to deliver incredible cultural assets for all New Yorkers. At the end of March, I was delighted to join Chair Rivera to break ground on the renovation of the home of the New Eurekan Poets Cafe on the Lower East Side. It was a proud moment for both of us that day. The city has provided more than $24 million for a complete renovation of this important institution, an investment in its future as an anchor of Puerto Rican and Latinx heritage in this rapidly changing community. I was also recently at the Aperture Foundation's future home on the Upper West Side, where I joined Councilmember Brewer to break ground on this exciting project. The city has invested $1 million in Aperture's permanent home, which will become a hub of public engagement built around the work of this storied photography organization and iconic publication. And the only thing more exciting than picking up a shovel to get a project started is when you grab a pair of scissors to cut the ribbon on a completed project. We recently joined our partners at the Parks Department to cut the ribbon on an incredible new building at Socrates Sculpture Park, which I hope you all will come and visit. While this was a Parks Department capital project, we are proud supporters of programming at Socrates and are thrilled for this amazing support for a cultural institution from our partners at Parks. And these new buildings, former shipping containers, which are the first permanent structure at the park, will be transformative for the organization's programming, giving them a weatherproof space to engage New Yorkers year-round. It's been great seeing a number of you at events celebrating other important cultural milestones across the city. I joined Councilmember Salamanca to mark the Bronx Zoo's 125th anniversary, a great example of how long-term public-private partnerships can foster incredible cultural assets that attract visitors and uplift residents. The Bronx Zoo, I'm sure to note, is the largest youth employer in the Bronx. I also saw Councilmember Hanks at the celebration marking the 25th anniversary of the New York Chinese Scholars Garden, located at the grounds of the Snug Harbor Cultural Campus on Staten Island. It is a must-see. This stunning outdoor space brings the beauty of the Ming Dynasty gardens and Chinese culture right to Staten Island's North Shore. And Chair Rivera, I was proud to join you to officially co-name East 23rd Street SVA Way in recognition of this incredible impact that the School of the Visual Arts has had on New York since its founding 75 years ago. And I had a blast at this past weekend's dance parade, which, if all of you have not been, this is pure magic in New York City. It transformed the streets of the district into New York's hottest dance party. And all jokes aside, dance and the performing arts are such important parts of what make this city great. So if you really want to see the culture of New York City, dance is such a great way to do it at this parade. Dance is one of the of many things that makes New York City great. Public art is another. Earlier this year, we had an amazing celebration at Gracie Mansion where we marked the 40th anniversary of the city's Percent for Art program. Since it was established in the early 1980s, Percent for Art has transformed schools, libraries, plazas, parks, and other civic spaces through the commissioning of over 400 works of site-specific permanent artwork. To celebrate, we launched a new interactive map and a website highlighting percent commissions in all 5 boroughs. Many of the artworks featured on the map include audio interviews with artists and arts administrators who were involved in the project's creation. I encourage you to check it out at on.nyc.gov/percent40. When it comes to public art, we're not resting on our laurels. Shortly after we celebrated its 40th anniversary at the People's House, we joined Mayor Adams to announce the revival of the She Built NYC program, honoring great women from New York City history with monuments in all 5 boroughs. The first of these projects to be announced, a monument honoring the great Shirley Chisholm in Prospect Park, is already well underway. The PDC unanimously approved its visionary design last year, and we continue to work with the artists and community to create something that pays tribute to Chisholm's legacy. Now, with our recent announcement, we're ready to build monuments to 4 other incredible women: Dr. Helen Rodriguez-Trias in the Bronx, Billie Holiday in Queens, Catherine Walker in Staten Island, and Elizabeth Jennings Graham in Manhattan. We currently have an open call for artists to design these monuments. Learn more at nyc.gov/culture. The She Built NYC projects are just the tip of the iceberg. Our public art team is moving forward on exciting commissions all over the city. We're working on new artwork for Medgar Evers High School in Brooklyn, one of more than 20 school projects we expect to install this year, and on new commissions for libraries across the city. I'm also very excited to announce that just yesterday, artist Ken Seth Armstead's proposal for Abolitionist Place in Brooklyn was unanimously approved by the Public Design Commission. This artwork will honor the legacy of the movement to abolish slavery, which had deep roots in the area around this incredible new open space. And last but never least, our Materials for the Arts program continues to collect donated items that fuels arts programming across the city. It's been particularly gratifying to join the amazing MFTA team for their new initiative to deliver supplies to arts educators at drop-off sites across the 5 boroughs. In addition to delivering much-needed supplies, the MFTA education team runs workshops for participating educators to introduce new ways of working with the unique materials you encounter in the warehouse. I saw them in action in Jamaica Center for the Arts and Learning in Queens and Snug Harbor on Staten Island. I encourage educators and arts groups to visit nyc.gov/MFTA to see how they can get involved in all the great action. And I could go on and on about the amazing work happening at DCLA, because there's so much, and the incredible programming we're proud to support across the city, but I certainly want to leave plenty of time for all the questions, comments, and feedback from this incredible body. But in the interest of time, I will stop here. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm so happy to answer all questions that you might have today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to jump right into it. So, the department's $152 million FY25 budget represents about 0.1% of the city's proposed FY25 budget. In our budget response, we advocated for the provision of an additional $75.6 million for the city's cultural organizations to restore the pegs from their current and previous year. The executive plan included the restoration of $7.4 million in FY24, 5.4 in FY25, 5.5 in FY26 to 28 for the SIGs, 2.2 in FY25, and 2.1 in FY26 to 28 for the CDF, the Cultural Development Fund. Could you tell us why were this year's pegs not fully restored, and have there been conversations between your agency and City Hall with regard to fighting for the full restoration to the SIGs and CDFs at adoption?
Thank you so much for that question, Chair Brannon. Our agency, from the time that I've been appointed commissioner, we were the only agency in the first 2 fiscal years that was exempted from the cost-saving measures that many agencies, unfortunately, had to take, and to tighten those belts that much harder to make sure that we were able to get the city through this very challenging time. We have had a very significant partial restoration from many of those cost-saving measures, and we continue to advocate and to have many conversations with the administration. But the administration has, over the first 2 fiscal years, demonstrated its commitment to the arts. We are still the largest funder in the United States as it pertains to art and culture. We understand that we could always do more with more, but the funding numbers that you are looking at do not also include the funding that many other agencies also spend on the arts, from the Department of Youth and Community Development to the Department of Probation to the Department of Education. Many agencies throughout the city of New York also have arts budgets that are quite robust that contribute to the art and cultural vibrancy of New York City. So what you see here from the Department of Cultural Affairs does not represent the entire cultural budget. There are many agencies that participate, and we are proud to work with them. But also I'd like to bring to your attention that if you were to include our capital budget, we would be very much close to that 1% in terms of the amount of investment that the city brings forward to so many cultural institutions on the capital front all throughout the 5 boroughs. And those significant capital projects are being seen, that investment, in all 5 boroughs all across the city. And as commissioner, I've been incredibly proud that we've been able to invest in so many organizations from the BIPOC community in record-breaking numbers, from the New Yorican that I just spoke about, in terms of in Weeksville, in Brooklyn, New York, and all throughout the 5 boroughs. We just cut the ribbon on the new Bronx Children's Museum. We cut the ribbon on the Louis Armstrong House in Queens, and we're so excited that the National Black Theater will be cutting a ribbon next year on that incredible project that also includes affordable housing, and we can't forget the Hip Hop Museum in the Bronx. These are incredible capital investments that are very meaningful all across the city.
Yeah, I mean, we agree with all of that, obviously.
I'm so glad.
And as someone who, you know, I learned 3 or 4 chords in a music class. And
I think you learned a little bit more.
Nah, in punk rock,
I've
you
read
don't need
the
more
article.
3. You don't need more than 3 chords. But now, as chair of the Finance Committee, certainly understanding that not, you know, the role that cultural institutions play, not only as a foundation for our neighborhoods and our city, but really as, you know, a main cog in the engine of the city's economy. It's concerning to the council, and it should be concerning to everybody, that the, you know, an agency that is tasked with cultural affairs in our city has a budget that's only 0.1% of the city's total budget. I'm sure, you know, there's a million ways you can bump up that number by including funding from other agencies, but the bottom line is DCLA is funded at 0.1% of the city's budget, and for the cultural institutions that really have such an exponential impact for our city and our economy. And when we talk about New York City and what makes New York City so special, without our cultural institutions, we would be, I don't know, Des Moines, Iowa. No, you know, no offense to Des Moines, right? But so I guess our concern is the administration seems to be penny wise and pound foolish when it comes to such a relatively small amount of funding with regard to the city's cultural institutions. Is there a disconnect there that are we not making our case well enough to show the exponential impact that our culturals have on the city?
Mayor Adams has, on many occasions, spoken very prominently about the importance of art and culture to the city of New York. But more important than words has been the critical investment in the arts. The last 2 budget cycles were groundbreaking, record-breaking funding and commitments and contributions to the arts. Our capital budgets have been the 3 largest. This one coming up will be the 3 largest capital budgets that the city has experienced in terms of investments in art and culture. And we continue to work with the city council, and we continue to work with our partners to continue to expand the cultural budget. And so we continue to work with the mayor, we continue to work with OMB to continue to support and provide funding for art and culture. But what I will say is that this is certainly a partnership. We want to continue to expand the cultural budget, and we can do that with the city council. So what you're describing as a cut to the cultural budget is really that we are waiting for the time when we negotiate the budget where we have those contributions and that commitment and that partnership with the city council. And just to give some examples in this, you know, when I was in the city council, there were 5 CASA grants that were delivered for every city council member. When we were in the council, we expanded that 5 to 17, and that expanded the cultural budget. We were able to create new initiatives in the council, such as the Art as a Catalyst for Change. That was a cultural initiative that I was able to bring forward to the council and to have it voted on upon my colleagues, and that expanded the cultural budget. We were able to take the Theaters of Color initiative that was part of Gail Brewer's administration when she was in the council. It was 8 theaters of color that were now expanded to 54 organizations of color throughout the city. That also expands the cultural budget. So if we on the administrative side expand our cultural budget and we partner with the council who also expands our cultural budget, we could expand the cultural budget to record-breaking numbers like never before. And so I look forward to this partnership with the council, and we look forward to your advocacy within your DEM conferences and your different committee conferences to be able to expand the cultural budget to record-breaking numbers.
So the one-time funding and adoption. So of the additional $40 million the council included in the DCLA's FY24 budget, the CDF received $23.5 million, while the SIGs got $16.5 million. So could you tell us, how was that the funding split between the SIGs determined?
Councilmember Brandon, can you please repeat the question?
Yeah. Of the additional $40 million the council included in DCLA's FY24 budget, the CDF received $23.5 million, while $16.5 was allocated to the SIG. So we're trying to understand how the $40 million was split.
You're saying who made the determination?
Yeah,
for the
why did
24
why did CDF get 23.5 and why did the SIGs get 16.5?
Well, in each process that we have to do that, there's a baseline amount of funding that has to go to the cultural institution groups each year. So that funding goes for security, light, gas, utilities, all of those things. So a lot of that decision is built in terms of how much funding baseline that the cultural institution groups get. Those are the 34 institutions that we are obligated to support and to fund each year. And the CDF process, a lot of that has to do with the amount of funding that is available that we are able to allocate to the 1,031 organizations that we fund. But much of this funding is determined from baseline at how much it's going to cost in order to oversee the operation of city-owned properties that are part of the city's responsibility, financial and fiscal responsibility, to manage and maintain.
So what was the average increased amount that the CDF recipients received from that one-time $40 million?
What was the average increase?
So the $40 million that the council included in the budget, the FY24 budget last year, what was the average increased amount that each of the CDF recipients received from that 40?
We cannot really look at it in that way because each organization is reviewed by a panel review process. And so through that panel review process, given what your budget size is and how you performed in that panel would determine how much funding you were actually allocated each year. So from year to year, you wouldn't be allocated additional funding and then get an increase because increased funding was made available. You would get an increase as an organization based off of how your application was reviewed by the panel review process. You would get an increase depending on the budget band that you're in. If your organization's budget grew, then you would be in a larger funding band that would allow you the opportunity to apply for more funding than you had in previous years. But from year to year, organizations don't naturally just get a boost individually as an organization based off of an increase of available funds. Organizations are granted increases and/or decreases depending upon their performance in the application review process. I don't know if you wanted to expand on that.
The only other thing I would say is that the programs that the council asked for that the commissioner described that we're including in the CDF process this year are programs that will not impact baseline funding to the CDF, but will be programs that will be applied on top of baseline awards. And so the types of programs that we've heard that there's interest in from the council, like being able to help organizations that had previously been zeroed out and creating that safety net, those have to be funds that are added at adoption, because otherwise they would be taking away from baseline funding that groups know they can rely on for a 3-year commitment. So I would say that the more that we get as a one-shot at adoption, the more that we can invest in the types of programs that the commissioner described that we're adding this year in response to the council's feedback.
Okay, let's talk about capital. How much community perspective factors into capital planning and decision-making in terms of equity?
I'm glad you asked that question. As commissioner, one of the major things that I wanted to do was to have each year a capital process where we talk with the 5 borough presidents to talk about what are the priorities that have come to the surface of capital projects that need support and funding each year. We've also extended that to have communication with each of the council members whose districts have put in for funding requests for capital construction improvements and expansion. Another part of it that is a major part of the process is that there are some projects that are year after year, they are coming to our agency because they are what's known as banking. They are raising capital dollars for a larger project. And so we tend to, like organizations, let's say National Black Theater and others, we want to make sure that organizations that are already in the capital process, who are already in construction or already in design, we want to get those projects over the finish line. So those will also participate in a very large way. There are also organizations that need capital expansions and renovations, and there's just a need for those projects to happen. But a lot of this happens in terms of one-on-one communication with the organizations where they come, they present to us, they explain to us what their needs are in terms of capital improvement or expansion. They talk about audience development. They talk about how their current space or facility may be insufficient for the growth and the development of the organization. We also utilize those opportunities to then speak to the council member about that process, as well as the borough presidents, to understand what is it that this community needs in terms of capital improvements, capital investments. And then there are also equipment. Equipment is a large part that we do a large part of partnership with our city council members. We actually fund a lot of the brick and mortar and expansions, while the city council supports many of the equipment purchases and equipment expansions into many of the institutions. And this is really a partnership that we've utilized over the years in order to make sure that we are meeting the needs of the borough presidents, meeting the needs of the council member, and understanding on the ground what the needs are, because nobody knows your district like a city council member. You know the needs, you're sitting in those seats, you're going to those performances, you're seeing the lines around the corner, you're seeing the roofs, you're seeing all of those things, as many organizations do bring those issues to you, and you're relaying that to us, and that informs a great deal of our process.
Can you talk about what the expense budget implications are of the capital program? Does the expense budget capture all the costs for staff and maintenance and energy and leases and fuel costs that are associated with the capital projects?
So for our capital projects are separate and apart. So when we do a capital construction project, it does not pay for staff. A capital project doesn't pay for utilities, lights, gas, all of those things. Those are many of the major expenses that an organization has to really think about and consider when taking on a larger project. We all want a brand new state-of-the-art multi-million-dollar institution, but a lot of expenses come with that. Our CDF process is programmatically based. So we provide support and funding for exhibitions, after-school programs. We provide support for projects that organizations want to do in terms of community outreach, a dance performance, a recital, a theater group. But we wouldn't take on the expense of utility, gas, light, or resources for an organization that has undergone the process of a capital expansion project per se. So they are very much separate entities. We support programmatic as well as capital, but they are not intuitively combined. What we do have, which is another way that we can expand our city council and artistic budget, when I was in the council, I was able to create something called utility relief. Utility or the utility relief fund is something that for organizations that are not cultural institution groups, but they are on city-owned property, we were able to create a subsidy that would allow the city to cover the costs for those utilities on city-owned property that were not cultural institution groups. So that program and project can always be expanded, and we could always utilize greater resources to support more of that utility relief effort, and that's another way we could expand the cultural budget and get us closer to that 1%.
Last from me, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Rivera. The executive plan, the department's executive plan includes a full-time headcount of 60 for FY25. It's an increase, I believe, of 2 over FY24. Is that headcount efficient to meet the needs of the cultural community in our city?
We could always do more with more, and currently we are in the process of interviewing in many of our agencies and departments. Now that the hiring freeze has been lifted to some extent, we're able to hire in many of the different positions throughout the agency. We are interviewing. We're looking forward to expanding and growing the agency with the headcount that we have. But if we're able to hire, which we are, because we're currently interviewing, if we're able to hire for those positions, we will have the headcount that will be sufficient in order to operate and efficiently run this agency. So it's more a matter of the interviewing and vetting time in order to bring those positions on board, but we have the capacity to do so, and that capacity is going to allow us to operate a very efficient and streamlined agency.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to hand it over to Chair Rivera.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you, Chair Rivera.
I don't know where to begin, Commissioner. I'm a little taken aback because I agree that I would love to expand the budget. I would love to work with the administration.
Yes.
But we need a willing partner in the administration. And that is the part where we might agree to disagree in terms of where the administration has come forward in terms of meeting us. I find it unrealistic and irresponsible to depend on council one-shots to cover SIG operating costs. That's the city's responsibility. We urge the administration to restore $45 million to cover these expenses. And what was mentioned, which I thought was important, is that there are these investments that have been made in Black and Indigenous people of color run institutions, finally. We finally invited them to come to the table to expand their programming, and now you have long-term institutions who you would think are quite established and they have the infrastructure and they're incredible, but because of these cuts are seeing so much they're likely to close if these cuts are not restored. And I haven't even gotten to the smaller organizations who are funded by the Cultural Development Fund, who don't even know where to begin in terms of what they've experienced in terms of losses. And I'll ask you about the safety net awards because I think those are important. But just to highlight, because again, the smaller organizations, I can't wait to talk about because they're so important to our communities. But when you have, La Mama, asking for $1 million in expense, and the Queens Museum afraid they won't be able to keep their doors open. You have the Brooklyn Academy of Music in serious operating distress. These are major institutions that have now been really sort of undercut by the administration. So I do have questions. I just have to vent a little of my frustration because I appreciate, flowers. I love flowery prose, and I love breaking ground and cutting ribbons, and these institutions that I've been able to bring money to in my district were so important to me growing up. And I see your enthusiasm and your love for arts and culture every single day in the work that you do. But how do you explain the cuts that have come and have not even been restored nearly half? I mean, there is so much going on right now with the groups who were cut. 8 months in, they received those letters, and we went over this in the last budget hearing. I want to note your presence at that last hearing because you stood in its entirety and you heard every single person testify. So I want to make sure that I thank you for that. So let me get into these questions. Okay. Why is DCLA relying on the council's one-shots to cover the SIG's operating costs? Why was the funding, the $45 million that the council urged the administration to include, not included in the executive budget?
Okay. I want to thank you for your question. I appreciate your view in terms of the partnership, but I want to say I have to respectfully disagree on our willingness to be a partner. I feel while the testimony may seem flowery, that may just be in my delivery, but there is a whole lot of really critical substance. Just as I add $24 million to Nuyorican to build this world-class state-of-the-art just in your district, that's real dollars. Those are real capital dollars invested into the cultural community of New York City. No other city in the world is making cultural investments in BIPOC-led communities like New York City, and it's real. Our commitment to the cultural community has been consistent, and I would say a major aspect of what you are highlighting and noting is something that the field is experiencing on a whole. We are the only consistent funder for arts and culture in New York City on a consistent basis. We are not changing our platform. The challenge that we're having on so many levels is that we're coming back from a pandemic, which means that many of our audiences and international visitors have not quite returned to full capacity. That's one. Two, many of our foundations and corporations are also changing their funding in terms of looking at different areas to fund when they had been longtime cultural funders and partners. So organizations are taking up really important issues like climate control, the environment, following the many different issues that we face, the Black Lives Matter movement, social justice issues, and they are moving into those very critical issues, not recognizing that the arts and culture are at the foundation of those issues and are the real changes of change agents to making a lot of those changes happen. So we want to bring our foundation and corporate partners and individual givers to understanding that we have created a portfolio, a cultural portfolio of how we support art and culture in New York City, and we need that level of consistency to maintain and to grow as we're fighting through really difficult economic times in the city of New York.
But knowing these challenges, why would the city then make the cuts? We should be stepping up to provide support in these times of need.
We're in a fiscal crisis, and Mayor Eric Adams has demonstrated in the first 2 fiscal years that he has an unwavering support to art and culture. But like every agency across the city, every single agency had to tighten their belts. And many of these agencies tightened their belts in the first fiscal year and the second year, as well as the cost reduction exercises that they had to undergo in this fiscal year. We've had major restorations put forward. These restorations are going to help us in fiscal year 25. It's going to help us to restore so many of the programs and provide more robust funding for our CDF applicants, and making sure that as we launch the application just yesterday, that those organizations are going to be able to receive a greater level of funding than in the previous year, but we are happy to move forward with understanding that fiscal year 25 is going to be better and bigger than fiscal year 24.
I mean, I think you have said I think we all understand that arts and culture are these economic drivers. They increase our revenues, they create jobs. Do you think it is fiscally responsible to cut programs that help our economy?
I would just say that, again, when I participated in this road to becoming mayor, the budget crisis that Mayor Eric Adams was facing was not the budget that he ran on. It was not the goals and aspirations that he wanted to become mayor on. There were so many things in different agencies that he wanted to see delivered, but because of the challenges that we were facing fiscally and not having the federal support help to support the fiscal crises and challenges that we were having, we, as the taxpayers, we had to suffer because we needed to make those really important changes and cost-saving measures in order to move the city forward. I would say these reductions hurt every agency on every single level, and we had to fight really hard to make sure that we tried to help support so many of those organizations during this fiscal time. Did you want to add to that, Lance?
Well, I just want to, again, underline the return on our investment. The public investment in arts and culture by the city's budget, the return that it brings in terms of visitors, what it does for businesses, what it does for our communities, what we need in terms of development for our young people, our seniors, everyone, that is unquantifiable. But let's get into the numbers a little bit. How many CDF groups were impacted by the PEG in fiscal 2024, and what was the average amount they saw their grants reduced by?
Thank you for the question, Chair Rivera. That's not quite how our CDF process works. There are these very complicated formulas that help to equate the percentile score that any particular applicant gets to their ultimate award. So the amount of funding that each group gets is calculated based on the amount of funding that the agency has for the CDF program. So once we knew the total amount that we had for the CDF program, we were able to calculate each of the awards, but it's not as if we had 1,031 awards, then we got our PEG cut, and then we reduced each by a certain amount, and we could give you that number. It's that we did not calculate the awards until we knew how much funding we would have for the CDF program.
So how do you ensure that there's borough parity in the distribution of funding? And can you give us a borough-wide breakdown of CDF recipients by funding amount? Can you talk to how the funding has been used to expand equity within the cultural community?
Absolutely,
with specific
Chair.
examples?
In terms of borough equity, we're really proud that our application process that is so focused on the quality of each grant application has yielded results that align to the percentage based on the total number of applications from each borough and the total number of awards for each borough. So those percentages are within 1%, exactly the same for all 5 boroughs. So to the extent that there is any borough who wants more funding to that borough, the best way to do it is to make sure that we have more applicants from that borough. But as soon as we get those applications, we are seeing that the awards match exactly to the percent to the number of applicants coming in.
And I just wanted to add something that you had asked about in terms of the amount of funding awarded. So we changed, one of the changes that we made from the hearings was that a new ban for applicants with budget sizes of 1.5 million up to $3 million. So the way that the application process works is if you're an organization with a budget size of 1.5 million to $3 million, previously, this ban included groups from 500,000 up to 3 million with a minimum award size of $30,000, right? So we changed that so that in practice, what we wanted to make sure was that we now have a new budget band that will be $40,000 in effort to give more city support to mid-sized institutions. So we may have a budget band that starts at $30,000 and could go to, like, let's say $60,000 but now we've changed that budget band so that it's $40,000. When we have additional funding, because the budget bands could go from like 40,000 to, let's say, 60,000. But when we have less funding, most of the organizations would get a $40,000 grant in that budget band versus a $60,000 grant. So more funding allows us the ability to be able to allocate more resources for that band when more resources are available. But what we don't want to have happen is that for certain organizations that are between 1.5 and 3 million, we didn't want their budget band to be 30,000 at the start. We wanted it to be 40,000 just to provide a bit more help and support and funding to those organizations that is more directly related to the amount of programming that they're doing and the community that they're serving. So more funding allows us to be able to fund organizations at a higher level within their budget band when more resources are available.
Okay, I think you're going to hear from a lot of organizations today, their thoughts on how these cuts and awards transpired. I will also just mention that many of them do feel blindsided. And I want to ask about the safety net award, because I thought that was really interesting. And I think that a designated funding pot for safety net is necessary.
Correct.
Right, and that's to ensure that public funding streams to not necessarily, that public funding streams do not unnecessarily or unknowingly harm dedicated organizations that serve our communities. So I'm glad to hear that this is going to be implemented going forward. I think it should have been included at the start of the reforms, but we're here now. How will this safety net funding be funded? Is it going to come from additional funds from the administration that's dedicated to this, or will it come from the existing CDF funding? And will any of this funding be able to address organizations who saw large cuts in fiscal year '24?
It will not be a part of baseline funding, because baseline funding has to go through the panel review process, so it will not be a part of baseline funding. It will be through funding that's added at adoption, and we will make sure that there's funding adequately available for monies that are added at adoption to be able to cover this particular initiative policy that we are initiating through the Department of Cultural Affairs. It will be moving forward. We looked at the opportunity to do a look back, but we just don't have the resources to do a look back. These are, as we've said, this is a pilot process, and we are continuing to evolve and learn and to implement so much of the information that we're getting from the hearings and from feedback calls. And that is in part why, as you mentioned earlier, why the application was being launched later this year, because each policy change takes a significant amount of time. It takes a significant amount of time to make a policy change within the agency, as well as with the law department, and to do all of these different things takes time. But we didn't just want to just continue to move forward in the interest of expediency. We wanted to make sure that if the field is articulating the challenges that they are facing with being zeroed out or to receive such a reduction in funding, we have to fix that. And when we fix that, it takes time. And when it takes time, that impacts the organizations. But the goal was to take this time, make these necessary changes, and to get back on track so that we can deliver resources more equitably in a more streamlined approach on time, and even early in order to get the funding out the door. But I didn't want to race to get funding out the door at the expense of organizations that are hurt and harmed along the way.
Okay, so I appreciate that, because you know how long everything takes to be, implemented, finalized. So the money is coming from the administration?
Correct.
Okay, and let me just ask, because you said it's not baseline, it's going to be added at adoption, because you mentioned the reforms and you mentioned the look back. So is there a look back? Because I'm worried about the groups that were zeroed out last year. And when we're looking at even fiscal year '23, those organizations, will they be able to capture some of this award money, the ones that were zeroed out in the last round?
They will not be able to capture some of that funding, unfortunately. There's just not resources available to do that, but this is something that we are going to look at moving forward in order to implement.
Okay, well, I mean, some of them are here, so you'll hear from them. I think the Safety Net Award clearly is something that we need, especially for those organizations that are doing critical work. It's just, for those groups that were zeroed out and significantly decreased, I mean, they're really, really struggling. I know you know that. In terms of process, you know, the panel also has, is significant in terms of how this entire thing really goes about. So I think you mentioned some reforms to the panel process. I know we've talked about it in the past. There have been many, many concerns and complaints about the panels being too short, people on the panel being underprepared without understanding of the impact of the scoring and how that scoring could actually lead you to be zeroed out. So I just wanted to ask, is there an update on the reforms to the panel? I know many people contributed comments as to how to improve it, and I've really enjoyed working with them to figure out how to do so comprehensively and responsively, even looking at legislation. So can you talk a little bit about the reforms and considerations for the panel process?
I would say as it pertains to the panel process, almost 80% of all applicants that apply to the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs are funded. So that's a huge number in terms of the amount of organizations that are funded by this agency. We have one of the highest responses in terms of the ability to fund as many organizations as we do, and 80% is quite a high number. I also want to add that with the panel review process, one of the things that we implemented in this was that we wanted to make sure that we brought back city council representation onto the panel review process. So you were able to send staffers and other representatives from your office to be able to sit in on those panels and to be able to participate. As it compares to other funding agencies across the state as well as across the federal government, we actually have one of the longest review processes in terms of how we actually review and evaluate applications. This process happens, we've increased the amount of panelists that participate each year. We're able to actually pay panelists for that work. We've reduced the amount of applications that each panelist has to review, and that came about as part of the reforms. But we're always looking to review and to increase the process so that it is more reflective of the organizations within the city. But the best way, the most effective way to actually improve the circumstances of how the panel review process works is for each and every city council member to advocate when you do those community board meetings, when you do those public safety hearings, when you do those different community PTA meetings, is to go to every end of your district and to get true representation from your district who understands the arts, understands your community, and is able to speak up and to be able to provide their hands-on experience with many of those organizations. That's really the most effective way, and to make sure that boroughs that feel underrepresented in terms of the amount of funding that their borough is receiving, we want to make sure that those boroughs are participating by having more panelists part of that process. And this happens on so many different levels. We need more borough equity, we need more cultural equity, we need more of those forms of equity in every form on the panels to make them more reflective of the city of New York.
I agree. Inclusivity, diversity, equity, inclusion, always important. I think so you performed an evaluation of the CDF process to see what changes should be made?
Correct.
To be more inclusive? How did you go about that process? Who did you include?
I included the city council, starting with you, discussions with the administration in terms of their views as well. We brought many of this to the Culture at 3 calls that happen on a regular basis. Our agency participates. We hear from feedback, the testimony, and the incredible arts and cultural organizations that come here to testify, which we listen to, We have heard the testimonies, we've incorporated the testimony. So often people think that the written testimony or coming here just goes into like the ethers of some sort, but we took that information and brought it back to the agency to see how can we address these really challenging issues that are happening. We did numerous site visits, so my day, every day, is going to numerous cultural institutions from the beginning of the day till the end of the night. I just saw Gail Brewer last night. We were both at the Met Opera, which was an incredible presentation. I went to CMOM the morning before the Met Opera to see an incredible program of a partnership with Rikers. And this partnership with Rikers, where they allow those that are being held at Rikers to have a reconnection with their family at the Children's Museum of Manhattan and to have those valuable experiences and to have those meetings and discussions. And this happens on an everyday basis. I can't even tell you what my weekends look like in terms of being able to meet with so many different organizations to find out how this process is impacting them.
Well, there is a wealth of knowledge out there, no doubt. But so you're getting these recommendations, this feedback. You did the Safety Net Award. Are there other examples of how you're trying to achieve these goals?
So every organization has a program officer, and every organization communicates with their program officer feedback from the CDF process. So that feedback from the CDF process also goes into how do we continue to build a better, more equitable, transparent CDF process. The other element that goes into so much of this is taking that feedback along with the Culture at 3 calls, along with the one-on-one visits, along with the hearings, along with the testimony, but also looking very clearly at the data. The data is going to explain to us how one organization did one year compared to how they did in the current fiscal year. And seeing those organizations that might have been zeroed out, hearing those phone calls like organizations that you've brought forward who we have to do somewhat of a triage in terms of figuring out how can we help support, fund, and save this organization outside of the process that's been presented to us. What are the other tools? We've developed a Culture at Risk arm of the agency, and we are continuing to develop that Culture at Risk arm of the agency to give it more support systems, more outreach, more resources in order to be able to address a lot of the challenges that many of the organizations faced during this really challenging time coming out of the pandemic.
Okay, all right. Well, I appreciate your response. I really want to make sure that there's so many expenses that these organizations and that they just take on, and now with the cuts, it's been incredible. I mean, even the cost of collective bargaining, that is something that should be covered by the city. There are so many examples, but I know that we have people on deck, right, to ask questions? So I will go to my colleagues, and if anything, can come back for a second round. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you, Councilmember Rivera.
Okay, we've been joined by Councilmember Farias, and we have questions from Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and thank you for showing up so many events. I do the same, I know it's like, and I really appreciate your participation. So on the CDF, I know we're concentrating on that. So I appreciate the new system, having sat through many of the panels myself over the years. It's really instructive as to what is out there, and you know, you got to read the applications very seriously, and I think it would be helpful to have somebody from the city council there. We have to make sure, give us enough time to get people to show up, because it does mean a staff person is out for that day, particularly Manhattan, because we have more than any other borough, but I appreciate that. Obviously, the one that got cut that hurt me the most was Young People's Chorus. They had 118,000 zeroed out, and when they went for the review to try to amend that, they were at, got 26.5. So I guess what I want to know is how they wanted to have a minimum of 3 rounds in order to have a more substantial eyes on the prize, so to speak, because they felt that they didn't get enough from what was considered. And they do want to have council staff, and I appreciate that. How would their situation, obviously not a tiny organization, obviously a community of color-led organization, obviously an organization that is internationally known. How would the process be different for them than what they experienced, which was to get zeroed out until they appealed, and even then they didn't get very much? How would it be different?
I would say that they had opportunities to speak with their program officer. The program officer can offer them feedback, which was very valuable feedback in terms of how to put forward a more competitive application. At the end of the day, this is a panel review process. It is something where your peers are evaluating your application, and there has to be merit based off of the quality of the application. You can be an incredible, extraordinary organization like Young People's Chorus is. I've seen firsthand. Our agency has seen firsthand. They fill Lincoln Center. They're an incredible organization impacting so many young people. But a large part of how organizations are reviewed is going to be the quality of that application. We've changed some elements of the application so that this year moving forward, what I wanted to see out of this application was that the quality of the program is what is weighted and valued far more than any other aspect of the application. And that's a huge change and a huge significant change in terms of the quality of the program. And that weight was changed from 15% to 30%. So that was a change that we wanted to see, because I know firsthand that Young People's Chorus is a phenomenal organization and program. But the way this process would actually be administered would be an organization like Young People's Chorus that had received 6 consecutive years of funding. If this had been implemented previously, we would have taken an average of those 6 years and of their baseline funding, and would have given them half of that in order to sustain them as they move forward in the process next year. We don't want to see incredible organizations like that zeroed out and to have to face the challenges of continuing to administer programming within the fiscal year while also being zeroed out puts organizations in quite a quandary.
Okay, I hope it works. We will see. Next question, arts education.
Yes.
Obviously, we all care about it. I don't think you mentioned it in your testimony, but we all want to understand. Is there some way that your agency, because with all due respect to DOE, that may not be their first priority, it's certainly one of mine. So we obviously in this city council push for an arts teacher in every school. That's great, but that doesn't necessarily cut it in terms of the arts education that I'm talking about. So I mean, we have CASA. I understand what we got. We need more. So what do you do as an agency to monitor arts education in the public schools?
That's really, we work very close with Paul Thompson in the DOE and the guidelines and the blueprint that he puts out each year. It's something where really we advocate, we push, we work towards, but it's really a DOE, Department of Education. It's really in their portfolio in terms of the ability to increase art teachers in every school that you spoke about.
All right, I would argue that we're one administration, we're one city, and it's nice to push off to somebody else, but with all due respect, DOE is not going to care about arts as you should. And so I think we need something internally stronger. Kate Levin did have a blueprint, and she stood on it, and she screamed and yelled. And I think that should be more coming from you about arts education. I know, situations, I just finally got a empty dance studio in 6 high schools, 1 high school, 6 schools in a building filled, but it took me 2 years. That's craziness. And it seems to me that every opportunity for arts education, there are closets full of instruments that are not being used. I mean, I would suggest more of a push, advocacy. Maybe we need some laws to say every single school needs not just what we have, but a lot more. And you need to have an overall sense of what arts education is really going on. One more quick question. On the housing front, PS 109, Manhattan Plaza, they're great. What else are we doing to house artists in the city of New York?
We are continuing to have conversations and meaningful conversations with Commissioner Adolfo Carrion. We're continuing to talk about ways that we can utilize all the different forms of affordable housing. If there are ways, if there are pathways, a lot of this is on the federal level, but we're looking for very creative ways to recreate a lot of the successful models that we have right here in New York City. So we are definitely working on that with him. Want to see something substantive come from a lot of these conversations, panel discussions that we've been having around it, and we'll continue to push
All right,
that.
that's an okay answer. It's not what I want to hear. I want to hear that you have some buildings, that you've identified them. Artist housing is different. PS 109, Melissa Mark Verito gets all the credit. But there should be other examples like that constantly. Next time, I hope we hear from you. We have 6 buildings. Some of those conversions going on Midtown for the BC buildings should be for artists. It's a different kind of application. It's more complicated. They don't have the same kind of pensions. It's, savings, et cetera. So next time, can we get a list of the buildings that you identified for artists?
Well, one of them that I just want to bring to your attention is National Black Theater. They are doing this particular building
Yes, I
and
know well.
construction with an
I put money in as borough president.
See that there? We're already working together.
One. We need more.
We need more, but I feel like what National Black Theater is doing is because they are able to create a model, and our goal and hope is that this model will be able to transform in all buildings, well, not all buildings, but where it makes sense.
The
in New
model
York
was the
City.
founder, smart enough she was to have a purchase of a building in Harlem. That's where the model came from, in that particular instance. Just finally, Inez Dickens deserves all the credit for Theater of Color. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer.
Okay, we have Councilmember Chair Rivera.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I just had just one last question because we have many people waiting to testify, which I appreciate very, very much. I'm happy to hear that you acknowledge the council's commitment and increased cultural funding over the years. So you mentioned CASAs, for example, but you know
Yes.
probably better than anyone that CASAs are like $20,000 a piece, right, for every group, which is significant and substantial for many groups. But the council cannot even meet the city halfway. We have such a small fraction of funding, and we cannot like CASA our way to equity when you have made so many cuts to these groups. So I just ask because meanwhile, the baseline funding for cultural institutions has not changed since 2009, except for this year's unprecedented cuts. So looking at baseline funding over the past 10 or 15 years, we see that culture has actually not kept pace with the city budget. Have you considered what the DCLA budget should be in actual numbers if it simply enjoyed the same increase as the overall city budget over time?
I would say that to your question, the 2009 budget does not include, yes, you are right in terms of the baseline budget, but the additional funding that is added at adoption does continue to grow the cultural budget each year. And over the last 2 fiscal years, those additional resources added at adoption have continued to expand the cultural budget, making us the largest cultural funder in the nation. And that's no small feat in terms of demonstrating the amount of commitment that the administration has put forward as it pertains to art and culture. And yes, I do agree that we cannot CASA our way out of the funding inequities that are seen, but at the same time, on the council side, CASA grants can grow from $20,000 to $30,000. We can't make those decisions here on the administrative side. The council would have to look at their priorities and to see, is expanding art and culture on their side something that they would like to prioritize?
So can you just really quickly mention about the Culture at Risk program and how it's serving the community? Because I think that's a great program to mention. And because that one-time funding you're mentioning is also because of the council. But I wanted to talk about something, in terms of culture at risk, but also how the department is assisting with workforce development and job pipelines, just to close this out.
So Andel Castillo on our team, a senior advisor, is developing the Culture at Risk program. She's taking her experiences from MOM and bringing them here to the Department of Cultural Affairs. And really what the Culture at Risk program, an arm of DCLA, is doing is really expanding the network resources of the city agencies here, as well as with state and federal partners, to provide connectivity to cultural institutions on the federal, state, city, even corporation and foundation level, to connect organizations and artists in some ways in our local arts councils to resources that agencies have, but also that are seen all throughout the state as well as the federal government. Because a lot of the challenge is that there are resources available for so many organizations, but they are not connected to those resources. So it's leading them, walking them through the process of how to access many of the resources throughout our city's agencies, but also on the state level. This is also in partnership with the New York State Council on the Arts, as well as the National Endowment for the Arts, the Institute of Museum and Library Services. This is really bringing organizations further and greater connectivity and resources all throughout. And as it pertains to workforce development, many of our cultural institutions are participating on a large level in terms of being workforce development providers, such as Roundabout Theater, such as the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. These are incredible organizations that are doing workforce development. One of the things that I would like to do as commissioner is to continue to understand and to have a full resource of opportunity so that we can connect, particularly our young people, to all of these workforce development programs and making sure that there's better connectivity. But they are also a greater part of the city's workforce development programs and agencies, and are seen as a true champion of workforce development in the careers of art and culture.
Thank you for that. I'm looking forward to that program and working together. I know Anne's going to be just a great help. I know the City Canvas program you're working on, we're working to bring art to sidewalk sheds and scaffolding, which I'm excited for as well, and really employing as many young people as possible. I think that's very, very important. And thank you for shouting out the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. I know they're here. We just have to protect those cherry blossoms. It's an incredible sector that we get to walk through. And so I thank you for your dedication and your advocacy and for answering the questions. And we look forward to the weeks ahead. I don't have any further questions, Chair Brannan.
Commissioner, thank you so much. We look forward to working with you going forward.
Thank you. It's always an honor and a privilege to testify before each of you today, and I hope to come back to the next hearing. And my rating with Councilmember Brewer goes from okay to better. So I'm looking for better.
That's all we can all ask.
That's all we can do. That's all we can do each day.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to hear testimony from the public.
Good afternoon, everyone. At this time, we ask you to please find your seats. We are resuming in just a moment. Also, if you have an electronic device, please take the opportunity to set that to silent or vibrate. Once again, we need everyone to please find a seat. We are going to resume in just a moment. Thank you. Also, folks, a quick announcement. If you are here to testify and have not filled out a witness slip at the back desk, please do so now. Even if you did register online, you still need to fill out a witness slip in person. Thank you.
Okay, we're now going to open up the hearing for public testimony. Just want to remind members of the public that this is still a government proceeding and that decorum must be observed at all times. As such, members of the public, unless you're testifying, you've got to remain silent unless you're at the dais testifying. The witness table is only reserved for those people who are signed up to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Furthermore, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but you may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant-at-Arms for inclusion in the official record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, make sure you fill out one of those appearance slips that are available in the back desk with the Sergeant-at-Arms and wait to be called. Once recognized, you'll have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic, which is New York City Library Systems and the DCA FY25 budgets. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant-at-Arms. You may also email written testimony within 72 hours of the conclusion of this hearing to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Okay, we're going to call the first panel. Okay. First we have John Hyslop, George Olkin, Leonard Paul, and we've got Deborah Allman on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Brennan and fellow committee members. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to come before you today to testify on behalf of all our fellow union workers of Brooklyn, Queens, and the New York Public Libraries. We are united in our appeal to you, our elected officials, to help us save our libraries. Everyone in this city knows how valuable their libraries are to their communities. All the materials, services, programs, computers, and Wi-Fi are provided in clean and safe library buildings manned by dedicated and loyal, hardworking union members. Your constituents know that their libraries are free, open, and accepting of everyone 6 days a week. Our members have been feeling the strain because the mayor never allowed the libraries to recover the staff we have lost since the pandemic. Since February of 2020, we have lost 234 full-time union positions, including librarians, clerks, custodians, drivers, IT workers, catalog staff, maintainers, etc., to do the same amount of work over the same number of days as we did in 2020. Now, the mayor has forced our libraries to not open branches. Next year, the library system will cut services to 5 days per week because we do not have enough members to provide a basic level of services. We do not have children's librarians to provide the programs every neighborhood child needs. We do not have enough custodians to keep our branches as clean as they ought to be. And we do not have enough public safety officers to ensure our patrons can enjoy our branches in peace, safety, and comfort. The mayor's budget is a travesty to our libraries. You will hear from my fellow presidents and who will now provide you with first-hand testimonies from our members from all across the library services. describing how much of a negative impact the cuts are having on us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah, are you there on Zoom?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. We at the New York Public Library Guild Local 1930 are extremely annoyed with the mayor's budget cuts, which are forcing the library to operate and provide library service without adequate staffing levels. The roles library plays within the city ecosystem should spare its officials from making its budgetary case every year. Thinning staff increasingly means that programming, including children's story time, tutoring, and class visits, is either in cut back or when even a single librarian is absent, even canceled. These are educational programs that we're cutting. Local 1930 members was 2,208 as of September 2023. We were already down by 100 members as of February 2020. As of today, our membership numbers are only 1,177. The following are testimony from library staff on the everyday issue confronting them and their colleagues. Our sole children's librarian single-handedly provides 7 programs every week. Our bi-weekly story time generate 70 to 80 participants every session. When the children's librarian is absent, we have to cancel all the programs. The community is saddened that we only rely on one children's specialist. We also cannot offer any outreach since our children's librarian
Your time has expired.
busy
Thank
working
you.
in the branches and doesn't even have time left for much needed outreach. The mayor needs to fully restore the library's budget. We cannot keep funding libraries and closing locations. You cannot operate on fumes. Something has to give. The library budget should be baseline in the city's budget. Respectfully submitted by Deborah D. Allman, President of New York Public Library Guild, Local 1930. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Chair Brennan and other committee members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to share these stories from Brooklyn Public Library Union workers. I'm George Olkin, President of Local 1482. Adiba Reyna is a librarian who was promoted to branch manager of BPL's Bedford location in 2021. After 3 years in her role, Adiba has never worked in the building. Instead, she's worked at 6 low-staffed branches across the borough while Bedford remained closed. The branch was supposed to open last year and then this year, and if the proposed budget cuts go through, opening will likely be delayed again for lack of staff. Christian Alston works in clerical operations at our central branch on Grand Army Plaza. He usually works the early shift, which means he's at the checkout desk when we open. The library used to staff the desk in pairs, but recently he's been assigned alone. More desk shifts means less time going over the shelves. At the end of his day, Christian walks through the youth wing where he sees books messy and disorganized. The library website boasts of more than 650,000 visits to Central last year, but workers like Christian can only be in one place at a time. Finally, one of our special officer sergeants wanted me to share his experience, but was embarrassed for me to share his name. As a union member supervisor, he's tasked with making fair schedules. He could take more of the few overtime shifts for himself, but he knows that everyone is struggling and he tries to make sure everyone gets something, which means on nights and weekends he delivers Uber Eats to make ends meet. We think of delivery workers as among the most underpaid and marginalized groups in the city. Those same workers are making sure your children are safe at the library. We are union workers being pushed into low-paying exploitative side gigs. We're the communities who won't have a library to take our kids to on the weekends. And we are the voters of New York City. Please do right by these workers and all your constituents by ending these unnecessary cuts and refunding the libraries, increase library funding, support democratic institutions, cut cynicism and austerity, and invest in our collective futures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Brennan, Chair Rivera, and fellow council members, these are the following testimonies of Queens Library staff on their everyday issues confronting them and their colleagues. Quote, the lack of adequate staffing affects services at my small but busy library. Currently, we only have 2 librarians, an assistant manager and a children's librarian. In my position as assistant manager, I am responsible for all the administrative work such as schedules, time cards, coverage requests, and monthly reports while also providing customer service at the reference desk. This divided attention means constant interruptions with management part of my job, leading to mistakes and having to redo the work. The need for days off, vacations, sick days, etc. leads to the programs being canceled. For example, story time in one particular week was canceled because the children's librarian was off to work on Saturday. The children and their caregivers were extremely disappointed. One of the caregivers asked if I could do the story time, but I was the only librarian in the building, so that was not a possibility. The constant juggling of the schedules also means I'm always needing to ask for coverage, which disrupts the schedules of my location and the location sending coverage. Often the coverage is to make sure we have an adequate staff to cover programs and lunches. If we had adequate staff, we wouldn't need to keep asking for coverage. End quote. Quote, in every location, our meeting spaces are the prized commodity of the community. Nonprofits and city agencies compete for bookings. However, a librarian is required to monitor the space while the meeting is in session. Due to skeletal staffing, librarians can barely cover the reference desk. Without sufficient staffing, agencies cannot book the space. End quote. Quote, as a custodian, I will be called upon to cover another branch later in my shift. That means performing the same strenuous work of the first 4 hours of my day in a home branch at another branch. And this task will be repeated on other days of the week. Other branch custodians feel the same strain, too, as they also cannot fully provide the work that libraries truly need. Lawns and hedges may wait for a week or longer before they're trimmed. If a branch is in session and the patrons are around, mopping floors and cleaning carpets will have to wait for another day, leading to less than optimal sanitary conditions. Some libraries have no custodians at all, that just receive the base of coverage. End quote. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
I don't have any questions. I just want to thank you all because I've personally seen you all in action, and you just make, again, so many special moments in our city within our families and our friends, and we truly owe you. So thank you for that. I covered even collective bargaining costs that should be by the city. I mean, these are those things that we should be providing as our responsibility. So I want to thank you for your service and dedication to our city, and how you're so careful and thoughtful in how you provide it. So thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Did you want to?
Chairperson, can I make a
Of course.
off-the-record comment, please?
Well, it's
I
going
don't
to be
know.
on the record, but is that okay?
It's too late now for that, but you can make a comment.
I'd just like to congratulate the chairperson on the arrival of a newborn.
Thank you.
I'm hoping to meet the 4th generation of Riveras. Thank you.
You met grandma, mom, me, and my. Oh yeah, that's
so
right. Okay, well.
4 generations I've met.
It was
Thank
a beautiful day at Brooklyn Botanic. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, next panel we have Coco Killingsworth, Lucy Sexton, Lisa Gold, Risa Shoup, Judith Insel, Tohini Sampora, Francine Garber Cohen. Okay, you want to go my right to left? Start with Lucy.
Thank you for hearing my testimony. Lucy Sexton, the Cultural Advocacy Coalition, New Yorkers for Culture and Arts, and I like your T-shirt, Councilmember Brannan. Thank you. I want to say first, Culture is in crisis. I know we've been talking about it, but I really want to make it clear that we are still cutting in staff, we're cutting programs, we're cutting hours. Most importantly, we cut benefits to our community. When there are less dance classes, there's less for youth to do after school and increased isolation for struggling teens. When there are less shows at the local theater, there's less street traffic to small businesses, less vibrant, less safe streets in our neighborhoods. When there are less jobs, there's increased unemployment in our cultural workforce and less reason for them to stay in New York City. We didn't just get cut by DCLA. We also, as the commissioner was saying, we get funded by many agencies. That meant we got cuts in many agencies, right? We got DYCD cuts, we got DOE cuts, we got Department of Aging cuts. So we got a lot of cuts this year. The dollars we do get are so late that many organizations are forced to close. Organizations are struggling to run programs for months and months before their funding arrives. Capital funding is so bad that organizations then dip into program money and the situation spirals. This is not sustainable. The Sukasa program is so late this year that seniors will receive only a few weeks of their virtual vital classes. I've been a Sukasa teacher in Chinatown, where I had a gentleman in my class cry, telling me this was the happiest thing he had been doing in his life, was to be in this community, in this dance class, doing theater and dance. I had another member during COVID, a student that told me I was the only person he engaged with in the course of a week. This is not the way we want to serve our city. We're asking for a restoration of the cuts and in addition to the baseline of $53 million in this year's budget, right? But that only gets us back to FY23 levels. So it is in essence a cut. What you have just asked for, and which I so thank the council for doing, is to also restore the damaging cuts of this year, to start to repair the damage of this year, so restore the FY24 cuts for a total input of $76 million investment in our arts and culture to start to repair our damage and start to stabilize the sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, I forgot my glasses today, so. Thank you, Chairs Rivera and Brannon and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify. I'm Coco Killingsworth from BAM and also chair of the CIGs. I'm here to provide testimony on behalf of all the CIGs in the culture sector, which includes 34 nonprofit museums, performing arts center, historical societies, zoos, botanic gardens, all throughout the city. We're here today to support Culture for All and ask for a full restoration of FY24 cuts and for $53 million in baseline funding for CIGs and the CDF for FY25. $53 million in funding would fully reverse all the cuts imposed on culture and baseline the one-time addition for all of us. I testified back in March about the devastation of the November and the preliminary budget cuts. I am back today to thank the council for prioritizing culture in your budget response and for your advocacy in securing the restoration in January for just the CIGs, unfortunately. However, as you all know, the work is far from over. The CIGs and our CDF partners are facing baseline cuts that would put us back to FY23, and we can't go back. We have not increased, as you know, since 2009. This is an unprecedented disinvestment in what makes our city great. Arts and culture continue to generate $110 billion in economic activity annually, and we are a vital part of the city's economy. We provide jobs. The CIGs alone provide almost 16,000 full and part-time jobs. Almost 6,000 of those are union members. And in addition, our CDF partners provide thousands of jobs in every borough throughout the city. Culture is a lifeline for our communities and should be accessible for all New Yorkers. Investing in culture is investing in safe, public spaces for all New Yorkers of all ages. I'm gonna skip a lot. The council has been a real champion for culture, and we ask that your continued support as we call for the restoration. We eventually will get to a place where we are no longer talking about cuts to the economic drivers and the community uplifters, but how to invest further in artists and culture for the benefit of all New Yorkers. Investment in culture is an investment in New York City.
Thank you.
Do I have to press anything? No, it's on. It's on. Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm Fran Garber Cohen, president of Regina Opera Company, which offers fully staged operas with full orchestra and English super titles and concerts in Sunset Park, Bay Ridge, and other local areas, many of which are low-income communities, as well as we do free concerts all over Brooklyn. Today, I ask that New York City reverse the 5% budget cuts to culture, which have already been reversed for other agencies in the New York City budget, but not for culture and the arts. We rely heavily on funding from the Department of Cultural Affairs, which allows us to provide affordable, professional-level entertainment in accessible venues for people who may not otherwise attend live performances. About 65% of the New York City residents that attend our performances are senior citizens. They cannot afford the high ticket prices at the major opera houses, and many are unable to travel the long distances to Manhattan. Cuts in funding hurt small organizations like Regina Opera, who provide services for New York City's senior citizens, a continuously growing population. This important section of the population depends on us and other local groups to give performances that feature music for our aunts, our uncles, our grandparents, and even our own parents, gets them out of the house where they frequently live alone. At our events, senior citizens socialize. They make plans to meet their friends. They often go out for dinner before or after an opera or a concert, and they make new friends. Due to the budget cuts, Regina Opera, like many other organizations, cut some free programming, including Make Music New York and a Juneteenth event. We are letting these people down because of the funding cuts. Please help.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Lisa Gold. I'm the Executive Director of the Asian American Arts Alliance and also a proud member of the Cultural Equity Coalition. I want to join my colleagues and thank you for asking for the full restoration of $76 million. You are hearing us. You know how important culture is to our community, so I don't even have to tell you. I'm totally going off script here because one of the questions that you asked was about equity, and I think the CDF is not equitable. I think what is happening is that small organizations like ours, like many of the AAPI organizations and BIPOC-led and serving organizations, rely disproportionately on government funding, and they are hurt the most. When the Department of Cultural Affairs says we need more people to apply, we are small, and a lot of our organizations don't have the capacity. I did a poll, 50% of people that are part of my organization, the API arts organizations, they don't have the wherewithal, they don't have the language, they don't have the ability to even write the grants for the Department of Cultural Affairs. A lot of them haven't even applied at the state level either because it's just too rigorous and it's too hard. The hurdle is too high. So our community is not getting our share of funding. You said 1/10 of 1%. Our community, even within the Department of Cultural Affairs, the AAPI community receives less than 2% of the CDF budget. We are 18% of the city. That is 2% of 1/10 of 1%. We are 18% of the city. How is that equitable? That is not equitable. Organizations, small organizations like ours, we do so much with so little. A $5,000 cut means 10 artists aren't going to be able to serve up to 100,000 people in the community doing graphic design for domestic violence organizations, working with youth at SIA, creating murals and after-school programs, performing folk songs for senior citizens, Hamilton Madison House. We do a lot with a little. So I beg you to restore the funding to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairs Rivera.
Just hit your mic, the button on the bottom there.
Sorry. Sorry. Good afternoon, Chairs Rivera and Brennan and Councilmember Brewer. My name is Judith Insel. I'm the Executive Director of the Bronx Arts Ensemble, an organization that annually provides over 20,000 residents of the Bronx with free of charge live performances presented by professional musicians in multiple music genres, aiming to provide culturally responsive events to the neighborhoods we serve. I join my colleagues in asking that the council add $53 million plus to the adopted budget to reverse the cuts and restore and baseline the one-time funding for CIGs and CDF in FY25. The Bronx Arts Ensemble and thousands of other city cultural institutions are committed to serving New Yorkers with something we all need, which is arts and culture. How do I know that Bronxites need arts and culture? They actually tell us at our events. Each year, thousands of Bronx residents experience the Bronx Arts Ensemble's live performances and tell us how much our performances have a positive impact on their lives. They show gratitude to us for bringing a community-building experience to their neighborhood that has healing and restorative emotional effects on their mind, body, and spirit. Bronx Arts Ensemble strives to enhance the lives of the citizens of our entire borough through arts and culture. Unfortunately, we could not serve everyone this fiscal year due to the loss of Cultural Development Fund support. Since being zeroed out of the CDF, we have only been able to present performances in the districts where we received direct council member support. Thank you, council members. That's 4 districts out of 9. So over half of the Bronx did not experience our live performances this year at all. Bronx Arts Ensemble has dealt with the challenges of FY24, vowing to remain on mission. Over the past 52 years, we have endured the Bronx burning, stock market crashes, 9/11, and a global pandemic. We are Bronx strong, and we will fight through any circumstances to continue to serve our deserving borough. Funding neighborhood cultural nonprofit institutions is not optional, it is essential. We employ artists and cultural workers as a part of the New York City economic ecosystem and nourish the spirits of the citizens of our city. Add the $53 million plus to the FY25 cultural budget so we can successfully continue our work of serving New Yorkers. Thank you again for giving me this time, and we are an organization that will continue to come here and ask for support. Being zeroed out doesn't work for us. We need support 24/7 every single day because we are serving the most underserved borough in the entire city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brannon, Chair Rivera, and Councilmember Brewer, and everyone who's here for this time. My name is Risa Shoup. I am a co-executive director of the Alliance of Resident Theaters New York. I represent over 450 theaters and over 150 individual practitioners, all work based in New York City, and I'm a member with Lisa of the Cultural Equity Coalition. A budget is a statement of values, and we are asking that New York City show up for arts and culture and for our communities. Thank you, council members, for your historic and unwavering support for arts and culture. Thank you for the $76 million request for funding for DCLA in FY25. We are calling on this administration to commit to restoring FY24 cuts for both the CDF and the CIGs, and to increase DCLA's funding in the next fiscal year to $53 million for a total, as you've asked for, of $76 million. New York City is a great place to live and to work and to visit because of arts and culture, and we must maintain that if we want to keep this city strong. I want to share a story with you right now about one of my member theaters, the People's Theater Project, who couldn't be here today. People's Theater Project works in service with immigrant artists from their home base in Inwood. Their young immigrant artists continue to struggle with mental health challenges. Several have been admitted to the hospital this year. And PTP's Youth and Family Advocate has been a key link in connecting these youth with their families to resources and support. So when you invest in arts and culture, you are not just investing in wonderful plays and paintings, you are investing in healthy communities and strong families. PTP, like many of Art New York's members, are grantees of DCLA's Cultural Development Fund. Most of us do not have access to wealthy donors and private philanthropic institutions. We proudly produce public programs, and we rely on public funding to do so. This year, the CDF cuts were devastating. Art New York worked together with Dance NYC outside of our regular services to administer an impact
survey so that we could actually see what are the magnitude of these cuts across organizations. I've shared these results with you, and I'm happy to do so again. And I just want to end by reading one of the testimonies from our survey. Due to the lateness of the award and the funding we have had, and the funding cuts, we have had cash flow issues making payroll, paying artists, and paying bills. And we've had to limit the number of artists in our shows and the number of programs that we can provide to the public. This lower award amount, as well as the loss of a multi-year award, will negatively affect our staffing, artist pay, and capacity for several years. So this increase of $76 million in FY25 will help stabilize this group for years to come, and many others like it, and our city with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Brandon, Chair Rivera, and Councilmember Gail Brewer. My name is Nohini Sampora, and I'm providing testimony on behalf of the American Museum of Natural History. As has been said over and over again during this hearing, SIGs are a vital economic engine that power tourism, employment, and commerce, in addition to providing cultural, education, and workforce development opportunities for New Yorkers. While AMNH is extremely appreciative of the restorations for the fiscal 2025 financial plan cuts that would not have been possible without the incredible leadership of the City Council, there is still more work to be done. AMNH, along with our other SIG partner institutions, have not seen an increase in operational support for well over 15 years. Over this time period, the cost of operating our institutions, including staff wages, increased under union contracts, increased costs of healthcare, and retirement benefits have grown. Yet we all have continued to provide high-quality programming and exceptional visitor experience that we're all known for. This is a critical time for the cultural community, as budget cuts lead to job losses, closures, deferred maintenance, and less public access and fewer programs. So I'm here to ask for $53 million in baseline funding, which includes the restoration of November plan cuts, $40 million in one-time funding that cultural institutions received in FY24, along with the $5 million in FY23. For far too long, cultural institutions have been part of a budget dance that impedes our ability to plan financially for the long term, as one-time funding is not guaranteed to carry over into the following fiscal year. In addition to the $53 million in baseline funding, we also ask for the full restoration of cultural initiatives from the Council. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you all very much. Okay, now we have David Pecoraro, Claire Mooney, Rosa Chang, Lauren Comito, Matthew Zadrozny, Maria Garrett. You want to start from the left? Go ahead.
Thank you so much for your time and the opportunity to speak today. And I also love your shirt. Oh, okay. Hi, better? Okay, awesome. So my name is Rosa Chang. I'm the co-founder and president of Gotham Park, a grassroots 501c3 created in 2021 to open, operate, and maintain a new community-led public space in a neighborhood that has historically been underinvested and overlooked right outside City Hall. We are an environmental justice neighborhood with over 47,000 residents living with racial health and structural inequity, and that's just within a half-mile radius. We are anchored by the mind-blowingly beautiful landmark Brooklyn Bridge, the vaults of which we are working to open to build a new landmark public library for New Yorkers. I hope with your help. It is our goal to become a significant and free arts and culture destination in New York, but there are a few hurdles for us to jump through before we get there. But I have zero doubt that we will get there, and we are getting closer every single day. This morning, I was announced as a finalist for the David Prize, which is a prize celebrating visionary New Yorkers. And this would not be possible but for my access to libraries as a child. Every single one of us grows up in a bubble. Our family bubble, our financial bubble, our cultural and religious bubble. I grew up in a very traditional Asian American bubble. I went to school 7 days a week, and all I did was study. I could have ended up a really stunted and one-sided human being, but books and art and music are magic, and they are bubble busters. They open up your mind and your heart to new worlds, new ways of thinking. They stretch you and grow you and make you challenge yourself. And the world, sorry, I'm getting emotional because I believe in this so strongly. And the world you are physically anchored in every day. Without libraries and the essential guardians and guides that are our librarians, you lose those possibilities. Libraries house the complexity of human thought, dreams, and yearnings and possibilities through generations, and collectively, books are the DNA of your imagination and your future. So please fight to fully fund our libraries, our librarians, our artists, and our cultural institutions, not because they need us, but because we need them. They are the essential nourishment that grow our brains and our souls. Thank you for the opportunity to share my experience and a bit about Gotham Park with you today. And someday soon, I hope you will join us in advocating for and building a new New York Public Library inside the most beautiful bridge in the world, so that we can all nestle into a comfy chair with a book or 20 inside a landmark built for all of us to connect people to each other, a true testament to human ingenuity and collaboration, to dream our own dreams of how we will each contribute to making this incredible city of ours the best home we can ever imagine for ourselves and the generations of New Yorkers who will follow us. Thank you.
Thank you. Just make sure it's on.
Good afternoon, counselors. My name is Claire Mooney, and I am an outreach librarian at the Brooklyn Public Library. Today, I would like to testify on behalf of our newest New Yorkers. As you are aware, in the past several months, New Yorkers have displayed incredible compassion and creativity in welcoming French West African migrants to the city. At the library, I've witnessed my colleagues translate countless numbers of documents, create emergency committees, and discover and engage new volunteer networks. Most of our volunteers can only work on Saturdays. I've even witnessed my colleagues teach themselves asylum law to support our patrons better. We do this out of immense respect for our new patrons. An asylum seeker has 150 days after their application is submitted before they are eligible to apply for a work permit. In that time, most people would get incredibly anxious. Instead, our patrons get ready. They are keen and eager to get to work and to get connected. They are building the essential ethnic enclaves that make New York what it is. If library funding is restored and invested in, we could build a library system that meets the talent and ambition of our new patrons. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Rivera, Councilmember Brannan, Councilmember Brewer, fellow New Yorkers, good afternoon. My name is Matthew Zadrozny. I am president of SaveNYPL.org, an all-volunteer watchdog group. In 2014, we saved the great 42nd Street Library and the Mid-Manhattan Library on 40th and 5th. Since November, New York City libraries have been closed on Sundays, depriving 1 million school kids of a safe space to study and hang, and kneecapping millions of ambitious adults, an incalculable social cost and economic loss. The decision to keep all libraries closed on Sundays is political theater and a scandal, especially at the NYPL, which recently spent hundreds of millions on a new patio and catering elevator. When the city built the 42nd Street Library, its contract with the NYPL stipulated that, quote, one or more reading rooms be open on weekdays, holidays included, from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., and on Sundays from 1 to 9 p.m. When NYPL President Tony Marks and former Chair Evan Chesler were growing up in Inwood and Allerton, the 42nd Street Library was open more than 80 hours per week. And yet today, as service at 42nd Street has dwindled to just 52 hours per week, NYPL's finances have seldom looked better. The NYPL endowment is $1.5 billion, a record. The NYPL board has a combined net worth in excess of $90 billion. This means that NYPL trustees alone could fund the entire NYPL system for 240 years. To quote Tony Marks, we're not in the 1970s here. In LA, where NYPL trustee Ethan Hawke works, the Central Library is open 60 hours a week and on Sundays. In Boston, backyard of trustees Henry Louis Gates and Robert Darden, the Central Library is open 66 hours per week and on Sundays. In Paris, libraries are open every day and on Sundays. In Seoul, home of trustee Michael Kim, the Central Library is open 78 hours per week and on Sundays. In Washington, where Senator Schumer works, the MLK Library is open 66 hours a week and on Sundays. And yet, in our own city, home to more than 100 billionaires, the most of any city on earth, libraries are closed on Sundays. Sorry about tomorrow's test, kid. Have you tried Yonkers, Nassau, or Hoboken? Their libraries are open. So what's it going to be, New York? Are we still, in fact, the state of opportunity? Or are we a second-rate city in a second-rate state with a second-rate library high on our own supply? It's up to you, New York. Today, the library chiefs came before you once more with pockets outturned. Give them the money they ask, but require them to keep some libraries open every day and every night of the week. Require NYPL leadership to keep the 42nd Street Library, the largest, most central, most accessible, and most well-endowed of all New York City libraries, open 80 hours per week, including on Sundays, as stipulated in NYPL's contract with the city. 80 hours a week at 42nd Street, 80 hours a week at 42nd Street, 80 hours a week at 42nd Street, and on the seventh day there was service. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today on the devastating budget proposal for fiscal year 2025. My name is Lauren Comito. I'm a librarian here in New York City, and I'm the executive director of Urban Librarians Unite, a 501c3 worker advocacy organization dedicated to supporting library workers in urban areas. I know that none of the members of this committee need to be told this, but political and budgetary decisions have consequences. And those consequences fall most heavily on the communities with the highest needs and the workers who meet those needs every day. That's the case here. $58.3 million in cuts will eliminate Saturday service in most of the city, further reduce the purchase of materials, and continue the library's hiring freezes. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. The budget cut-induced short staffing is stretching library staff to the point of burnout, and in some cases, physical injury. Library work is an emotional, intellectual, and physical job. You think of us as grandmas sitting and reading books at desks because you don't always see us hauling 50 to 75-pound tubs of books back and forth as we process holds. As workers try to keep up with the holds and the moving materials and the pressure of doing more work with fewer people, it puts more pressure on them physically. These shortages are affecting all sorts of logistical issues, but the one I'd like to highlight actually did cause a staff injury. Because of a lack of drivers and the hiring freeze, some libraries in the city are only receiving book deliveries every other day. This can mean that instead of 4 or 5 bins of, again, 50 pounds of books, staff are attempting to process 10 in one day. Staff care deeply about getting these books to our patrons on time. They care about making sure people have the resources they need, and they are pushing themselves too far in an attempt to meet that need. I know of one staff member who injured their shoulder attempting to do this. The city budget isn't just numbers on a spreadsheet, it's human beings. It's the human beings trying so hard to meet the commitment to service that they signed up for their jobs for, with ever-shrinking resources. We know from decades of trying that austerity never results in growth. We know that growth comes from investment and that the sheer human potential of the people of New York City is worth investing in. Libraries amplify that potential in every neighborhood of this city. Please continue to invest in that amplification and help libraries workers do their vital work safely with the resources required to do it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Chair is Justin Brannon, who represents my eldest son in Brooklyn, Daniel, and Carlina Rivera, who I believe represents the Reese houses where my wife grew up. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is David S. Pecoraro. I am the president of the Friends of Rosedale Library, a 58-year resident of Rosedale, and though I am not authorized to speak for either, a member of Queens Community Board 13 and serve as Rosedale Civic Association Secretary. I grew up at the Rosedale Library. Our library was and still is a vital place for activities in our community. I'm also the son of the late Sheila Pecoraro, who led the sit-in at the Rosedale branch to keep it open during the fiscal crisis of the 1970s. Her spirit guides me to not only fight the current proposed cuts, but to call for the end of the mayor's all too frequent practice of putting our libraries on the chopping block. Currently, New York City's libraries are facing a cut of $58.3 million in expense funding from the city in fiscal year 2025. With the proposed fiscal year 2025 cuts, Queens Public Libraries will need to end Saturday service at nearly every Queens Public Library branch. Our working class community depends upon weekend access for programming and other services. These are taxpayers who've earned the right for their families to receive needed services they pay for with the sweat of their brows. Currently, we plan a variety of culturally relevant programming thanks to the generous support from a grant from our council member, Sylvina Brooks Powers. Many of the programs, such as the recent annual Jackie Robinson celebration and Earth Day celebration, as well as our Dream to Read summer book giveaway in June, are held on Saturdays to maximize participation by our community members. The loss of Saturday hours will prevent many hardworking community members from availing themselves of these programs. Delayed reopening of 3 renovated locations, which are close to us, also will harm us. The Rosedale Library is where our students go to receive after-school homework help, as well as attending the special reading time programs we have organized for Veterans Day, Kwanzaa, El Dia de los Muertos, Women's History, and Purim, which were also supported by Councilmember Brooks Powers. None of these cuts are acceptable. All will harm hard-working New Yorkers. These mayoral budget games must end. Now! Please stop these unnecessary cuts. Thank you for listening.
Thank you all very much. Okay, now we have Sheila Lewinston. Okay. Candace Thompson Zachary. David Freudenthal. Melody Capote.
Thank you.
Kimberly Olson. Lisa Alpert, Kate Magadan.
Good afternoon, Chairman Brennan, Chairman Rivera, Councilmember Brewer. Thank you for this opportunity to testify and for your fight to not just restore, but to increase the budget for culture in New York City. Please fight to baseline it as well and build in COLA, because otherwise we're starting behind every year. I'm going to read my testimony because I brought these pictures, which I'll explain. And then, boy, I hope I have enough time for some comments on other testimony. Sheila Lewandowski, co-founder, executive director of Chocolate Factory Theater in Long Island City, Queens. It's an artist-run and led incubator for dance and performance, an artist service organization, a Western Queens community anchor, and a place of pride, a voice in the city's responsibility to increase funding and raise awareness around the impact and importance of the arts, and an international destination to see high-quality, groundbreaking performances outside of Manhattan. New York City, this administration, this council reached out and in large part supported the cultural community in 2021 to 2022 to partner with the city in the height of the COVID crisis. So we stepped up. We stepped up a lot. We pivoted and distributed food and PPE. We paid artists to make virtual work. We kept our staff employed and borrowed from the future until relief funds came in, and then the city asked for more. We were asked to fully open without adequate support to help the city's economy recover so that tourists flocked here again, small businesses and restaurants would fill again. We did this because we believed in a shared vision of New York City with culture in all of its glorious diversity as the center of New York City's identity, that it is critical to the economic, emotional, and spiritual well-being of this city. I still believe that, and I do believe that you do too. Now we need you more than I can recall in my 40 years working in the cultural community of New York City. Almost every organization I know is facing 20 to 40% operating deficits next year, and the year beyond that. There are fewer foundations and corporations giving to the arts. Earned income, tickets and such are only a tiny portion of the operating, especially in the performing arts. We do need you. I just want to note, I brought this because I like visual things. This artwork I'm showing is from my uncle Ted Rodzicki, and it was in his memoir about surviving 50 months in concentration camps. And I bring that because that's how he survived. He drew pictures of animals he saw inside and through the barbed wire, in the sand, in the air, on his own skin, as a way to be human. We need to keep our arts and culture alive, and we need to keep our artists in New York City so we have this in our future. Culture is healing, beauty, criticism, sharing, language, history, therapy. And by the way, Chocolate Factory was zeroed out this year. We were one of those groups. We appealed and didn't get a small amount back, but that money we had to borrow from next year. Just because it was 8 months in and we still paid our artists, we kept our staff, just like we did during COVID. And so we need you to step up for us so we can step up or keep stepping up for this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Candace Thompson-Zachary, she, her pronouns, and I'm the co-executive director of Dance NYC, a service organization dedicated to the dance industry in the New York City metro area. The dance community is a mean and mighty group representing $300 million in economic activity that includes dance performers, choreographers, directors, educators, administrators, musicians for dance, and the list keeps going. Our dance leaders play such a critical role in our communities, working with our young people to develop social and emotional skills, embedding cultural awareness and appreciation, and building confidence in their physical bodies. In our arts and culture sector, our dance workers are the innovators, building strong artistic practices and genre-bending dance work that has ripple effects on local, indie, large, and commercial stages. Today's dance graduate is tomorrow's Camille A. Brown. Dance workers are working with elders, creating room for their wisdom, keeping them agile and socially connected. And lastly, they are working across sectors as nurses, fitness trainers, massage therapists, waiters, hosts, upholding the very fabric of our service industries as they bring beauty to this world. And yet, this city is becoming increasingly hostile to the pursuit of a life in the arts, the anchor that keeps most of our dance workers here and that keeps dance alive as an art form. They could choose to be anywhere, but they come for the chance to be a part of a legendary arts ecosystem. And now, between the inflationary costs, continued changes in funding, an affordable housing crisis, and the existing shortfalls of the social safety net, since most of our workers are independent, we said that in the pandemic that culture stays, but even culture has a breaking point. Earned revenue in dance is down across the country. Our workers are working upwards of 4 jobs to make ends meet. Our small organizations, the majority of which are under $500K, are taking out loans, going into debt, or closing shop altogether because they can no longer afford to make it work. The city's investment is critical to provide stability to these organizations and, moreover, give the acknowledgement that, yes, dance does matter to New York City, and that, yes, despite the hardship, I can count on my city government to be an exemplary investor in the arts. I'm here to support the $76 million addition to the budget and underscoring the need for restoration of both the 24 and 25 cuts to both CDF and CIGs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Rivera, Chairperson Brannon, and Councilmember Brewer. My name is Melody Capote, Executive Director of the Caribbean Cultural Center, African Diaspora Institute. I'd like to begin by congratulating you, Councilmember Rivera, on the birth of your new baby and for your work as a mommy and a wife, and for being here today in support of the arts and cultural community to do that other job. here at City Council. Talk about a woman's work and a woman's worth. I salute you. I am here to testify about the gross inequity between funding that is awarded to community-based organizations through the DCLA Cultural Development Fund, known as CDF, and such organizations that are led by and focused within communities of color. I have read time and again DCLA's Cultural Development Fund reform and find myself angry that decade after decade we are confronted with the same desire to reform, but a complete inability to do it. Reforms and the proposed overhauling of the DCLA agency requires funding and a true commitment to doing so. One would think that the issues are so complex that it has required decades of study. It has not. The bottom line is that 85% of the budget for operations and programming activities goes to 34 organizations whose right to that money is based on ownership of property designated over hundreds of years ago, when communities of African descendants had no access to be in a similar position, let alone try to be competitive. The remaining organizations, most of which are rooted in communities of color, are forced to compete with each other for the remaining 15%. Explain to me, if you will, how a city like New York, in the year 2024, can continue to allocate tax levy funds for arts and culture based upon a 100-year-old property value. Someone, please make it make sense. In a time where this city's administration and city council is the most representative of people of color, it is sad to state that our cultural organizations are none the better today. Consider this: baseline funding to DCLA has not seen an increase since 2008. 2008. The time is now, or as I say to my staff, it's now o'clock, to restore and increase DCLA funding. And we thank you for having just recently learned of the $76 million in full restoration to repair the significant damage that has happened to the CDF and CIG partners. It is no small wonder that the arguments made for increasing funding for arts and culture rely so heavily upon tourism. The tourism argument by the administration is that the major cultural institutions are economic drivers for the city, and yet while the CDF organizations don't reap those same benefits, we find that even the CIGs credited with generating those tourism dollars that increase year after year aren't seeing the impact in their budgets either. The city is not investing those very dollars into the very agency and organizations from which these dollars are generated. In closing, I support the call for restoration and increases in the amount of $76 million that our arts and cultural organizations rightfully deserve, and particularly those working directly in communities of color, because that is where the need is greatest. And I urge you to look at the inequity. Look at the difference in the ability of large institutions to raise from their boards and endowments when small and mid-sized organizations simply do not have the same access. Art and culture is not a Band-Aid. It is first aid. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannan and Chair Rivera, present council members and staff. My name is Kate Madigan, the Government Affairs Coordinator for the Public Theater located in Astor Place. The CIGs hope the budget for fiscal year 2025 will fully address our ever-growing financial deficits and bring recognition to our essential programming that makes NYC the best city in the world. While it is very encouraging and appreciated to hear verbal support from our allies, we do require fiscal action on the city's part. I am disappointed to share that CIGs and CDFs alike feel that work is not supported and has been taken for granted by the City of New York. Cultural institution groups consistently show up for New Yorkers from every borough and every life experience and deliver an outsized economic impact for the city, and yet the baseline budget is stagnant. We truly hope to see the council's call for the restoration of the $75.6 million to cultural institutions come to fruition. Due to inflation and the residual effects of the pandemic, the Public Theater has been forced to make difficult decisions about how to put our FY25 season in a way that maintains excellence and financial sustainability. This is reflected in the reduced number of productions we can put on next season. Reducing the number of production not only harms the public, but the overall economy of the city and the livelihood of thousands of New Yorkers. As an example, the Public Theater originated 2 shows currently running on Broadway, Stuffs and Hell's Kitchen. I'm sure you can realize the economic impact these Broadway shows from the public have on Midtown and the city overall. Without fiscal action, namely permanent government investment, the nonprofit component of the city's arts and culture industry will continue to struggle and may eventually fail, resulting in an arts and culture landscape less equitable, diverse, and accessible. Should we let this version of the future come to pass, art, culture, and entertainment will become solely a commercial enterprise rather than a public good. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much, Chair Rivera and Chair Brannon, Councilmember Brewer, as well as the City Council staff for hosting today's hearing and for your passion and support for arts education in our schools. My name is Kimberly Olson, Kim, and I am proud to be the Executive Director of the New York City Arts and Education Roundtable. We are a grassroots service organization that works with more than 300 arts and cultural organizations each year and more than 4,000 arts education practitioners. I'm here testifying as part of Art Starts with the Arts Coalition, calling on our city to prioritize funding for arts education in New York City schools and communities in the FY25 budget, as well as in partnership with the Culture for All Coalition, calling for our city to restore all cuts, both FY24 and 25, to arts and culture, totaling $76 million. At last week's education hearing, Chancellor David Banks noted that cultural organizations fill the gap for more than 300 schools that do not have a certified arts teacher, and they also ensure that our city students have access to arts instruction. We know that at least 600 arts and cultural organizations partnered with schools last year alone, the most ever on record. It should be no surprise that this spike in service coincided with an add-on in funds to the Department of Cultural Affairs and the establishment in the Support for Arts Instruction Initiative. Yet, in this interconnected ecosystem, this year we are seeing firsthand how cuts to the Department of Cultural Affairs deeply harms organizations' abilities to provide resources and partner with schools. Cultural organizations help students meet state instructional requirements, especially at the elementary school level, and enrich school communities with resources. With 36% of schools reporting they receive funding for arts instructions from arts and cultural partners. Despite the uptick in the number of organizations partnering with our schools, only 74% of schools reported partnering with an arts organization last year. This is down 10% from 5 years ago. Councilmember Brewer, to your point earlier in questioning, we need transparent system-wide reporting to understand where organizations and in-school arts teachers are present. Right now, only about 80% of schools are completing our annual arts survey. And in reviewing that data myself, schools are citing the Apple Store and simply the word dance as cultural partners. That is unacceptable. I look forward to hopefully working with the council to do something, essentially, because I believe that there's potential to leverage data from DCLA as well as work with the DOE so that we can understand where is their great arts education happening and where do the gaps exist. In closing, arts teachers and cultural organizations are essential partners in the delivery of arts instruction, but they cannot do that without sustainable funding. Otherwise, we only stand to widen the access gap for years to come. Thank you so much.
Hi, Chair Brannon, Chair Rivera, Councilmember Brewer, excellent staff. I'm David Freudenthal from here for testify for Carnegie Hall and on behalf of the CIG. I want to just underscore our CIG Chair Coco Killingsworth call for a full restoration of the $53 million in FY25 and a baselining of all the one-time funding, which is really just kind of at the core. You've heard it from everyone here why it's essential. For Carnegie Hall, we're a member of the CIG. We're owned by the people of New York. That public service is core to our identity, and we serve some 800,000 New Yorkers a year, but our commitment to the city, to the state, to the nation, and worldwide. In New York, it's deep partnerships with many of the city's human services agencies that the council prioritizes so much. Our work in early childhood, our work in correction settings, our work in mental health and wellness. It's a very much serving New Yorkers, especially those in high need situations, is part of who we are and what we do, and that compact is because of the public funding. Helps to shape what we do in that space. So just to underscore how important the public funding is, I know I'm speaking to the choir here. I note our finance chair's excellent fashion choices, and so we know that our elected officials, the committee staff, we've had our cultural affairs commissioner Lori Cumbo here in the room listening to our testimony. All of you believe in what we're doing. We know that well. We appreciate the excellent work that you're doing on our behalf, and we urge you to prioritize this in the budget ahead. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lisa Alpert. I'm the Senior Vice President of Development and Programming at the Greenwood in Brooklyn. How are you guys doing? Okay, good. I'm here to advocate for the cultural activities that Greenwood provides to all New Yorkers. I'm going to start with the obvious. Greenwood is a cemetery. We are a National Historic Landmark, and we cover a really big piece of land in South Brooklyn, 478 acres. You can easily see it from the airplane big. And now, the equally important aspect of Greenwood, we are a cultural institution. We serve over 450,000 New Yorkers through our public programs, our school programs, and the thousands who come to stroll our beautiful landscape throughout the year. In terms of the numbers we serve and the depth of our programming, we are one of the city's major cultural institutions. And yet, we have not received discretionary funding from the City Council since 2017. That's 7 years. We very much hope that can change this year. Simply put, we need support from the City Council to help us to continue to serve New Yorkers. What do we do at this Greenwood Cemetery in Brooklyn? I'm so glad you asked. We do dance performance, art installations, walking tours, trolley tours, artist in residence program, concerts in the catacombs, Latinx programming, LGBT plus programming, Juneteenth programming, a huge Day of the Dead, sort of an obvious one at a cemetery. We attract over 1,500 attendees, environmental programs, more. We are located in South Brooklyn, as I mentioned, and that is an area that always needs more cultural institutions, and Greenwood has taken on that role for the residents of Sunset Park, Borough Park, Kensington, Ditmas Park, Bay Ridge, and more. And Greenwood is open 7 days a week from dawn to dusk, 365 days a year for free, no cost to the public. So I believe you all are dedicated to expanding opportunities for cultural programming. We are too. And we love sharing this incredible place with New Yorkers. We need the support of the council to do that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. I am pretty fixated on arts education. So when you say improved data transparency, I get what you're saying is, when you spoke, is the only data compilation could be your survey. Is that correct? In other words, DOE doesn't compile it, Cultural Affairs doesn't compile it, and you're not getting full compliance. Is that sort of what you're saying?
Pretty much. So currently, each year, there's an annual Arts and Schools report that is generated by the Department of Education alone. That data is derived from state data with the BED system, in addition to annual arts survey that goes out to all schools. Over the past 5 years or so, anywhere from 70 to 80% of schools actually complete that survey, and it is only one person that typically completes it, who may or may not have a full picture of what arts instruction looks like within their schools. Knowing the breadth and depth of data that the Department of Cultural Affairs has, we believe that there is potential to be able to have cross-agency collaboration so that we can better have an understanding of where is their arts education happening, that being where are their arts teachers, where are their arts and cultural partnerships. An arts and cultural partnership that's just one workshop looks very different than a semester-long partnership. So that's ultimately our goal. At one point, there was a report that was shared with the council in the 2019-2020 school year We don't know why, but that is an excellent baseline of what should be reported on an annual basis to the council in terms of compliance.
Thank you very much.
Sure thing, thank you.
I just want to just thank you all, everyone who's testified. I think, you all employ so many people too, artists here in our schools. And I know that not only have you stopped hiring, you've had to let people go. And it's just, it's inexcusable. So you have these really majestic spaces with amazing staff. So I just want to thank you all again for your testimony.
Thank you all very much. Okay, next panel. Michelle Lerna, Elise Bucksbaum, Tamia Santana, Ryan Gilliam, Sky Kowalski, David Roberts, Nicole Gardner.
All right. There's one more after that? Or two? He keeps bringing out piles. Oh, yeah. But there's one more, right? Oh.
Oh, my God.
Can we could lose Chris.
Okay, you want to start from my right? Go ahead. Just make sure your mic's on.
Hello. My name is Michelle Lima. I'm fortunate enough to be a New York City culture curator and influencer representing 88,000 New Yorkers. I amplify BIPOC artists, queer creatives, and advertise free resources and give tickets to low-income families with art and cultural events in New York City. I am affiliated with New York Botanical Garden, Museum of Natural History, the Met, Disney on Broadway, etc. I am an advertiser that loves humanity and cannot be bought. We native New Yorkers are fighting for the New York City libraries, public school, and arts and culture. Without arts and culture in New York City, I would not be standing here before you today. I hail from the beautiful world's borough that is Elmhurst, Queens, New York City. I am 27 years old. I am an artist that comes from a working-class Ecuadorian family. My parents are blue-collar workers who came to New York City at age 18. They're now US citizens working as construction drivers and homemakers. That being said, my parents, like everyone in New York City, are low income and they're stuck in survival mode, so much so that there's no time to breathe, let alone pick up their head and stand up for their own rights and get involved in politics. Why doesn't the working class have the day off to vote? Sounds very sketchy if you tell me. Anyways, I dealt with childhood neglect because my parents were too busy paying rent, trying to keep our family afloat. So naturally, when 6-year-old Michelle Lima said I wanted to be an artist, I was discouraged. As the eldest first-generation daughter, I was told to be a doctor, a lawyer, because arts in the United States, arts in New York City is seen as unimportant, which is a massive misconception. As a broke kid in Queens, I relied on the Queens Library to teach myself to read. 12-year-old Michelle asked her art teacher, who generously gave her unpaid after-school time to help me create a portfolio to audition to LaGuardia. It's a specialized arts high school. I was a LaGuardia visual arts student in Lincoln Center. I worked at the CUNY Hunter Art Galleries. I've been a CUNY student, and now as a New York City art and culture curator with a massive New York City following, I want to speak up for the people in New York City. I'm disappointed that my Italian art teacher, my art teachers at LaGuardia High School in Lincoln Center had to beg students to take foreign language and art electives, or else those courses would face budget cuts, despite LaGuardia being one of the most prestigious arts high school in the US. I volunteered with Trinity Church to help feed homeless New Yorkers who were pushed into, and these are like senior citizens, mind you. They were pushed into the streets due to rising costs of living and gentrification. All they want is a clean park to sit in, but nah, Eric Adams is building more anti-homeless architecture, ableist architecture in New York City and the MTA, and they're cutting funding from New York public parks. My heart goes out to the CUNY students, having studied childhood education and adolescent education at Hunter, accounting in Baruch Zicklin School of Business, having worked for CUNY graduates, the special education department. I have seen firsthand the inequity in CUNY and for the children with intellectual disabilities, with chronic pain, the lack of mental health resources here in New York City. Literally 78% of CUNY students are students of color from low-income backgrounds, and they balance school and work. 60% of CUNY students are first-generation students, college students just like myself. 58% of CUNY students are women. 93% of CUNY students are New York City residents. 12-year-old Michelle, wait,
All right.
82, okay, I'm
Please
done?
conclude.
All right, well, can I keep going?
No, you can give me 30 seconds.
Okay, 82% of CUNY students went to New York City public schools. I am the New York City native that you politicians are affecting. As an adult now working full-time as an artist and an influencer, us New Yorkers are tired of New York City art and culture budgets being cut. My heart hurts for the single parents, like my aunt, struggling with mental health and being driven to addiction, to suicidal ideation due to the lack of affordable childcare, after-school programs, or even pre-K, all while her 3-year-old daughter is failing math despite being great at math just because she can't read. Also, my 3-year-old cousin peed her pants and was embarrassed because public schools are being overpopulated and teachers are being underpaid and undersupported, and there's long bathroom lines.
Okay,
My heart goes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Elise Buxbaum. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Museum of Jewish Heritage, and Chairs Rivera and Brennan, thank you so much for your time. I have submitted testimony, but I'm going to go a little bit off script if I can. While I was sitting here, I received an email from a 4th grade teacher in public school, and she said, "My class visited the museum last week after studying our historical fiction unit and reading Number of the Stars. The level of engagement in my class was outstanding. It was a joy to see my students researching, collaborating with one another, and sharing their new learnings with each other inside and outside the classroom. I've taught this lesson for 9 years, but going to the museum was my first time ever. The impact the museum created for my class and myself will provide everlasting memories for them." I know that we all hear so much today, but the work that we do at the Museum of Jewish Heritage and all these cultural institutions is for the city and for the people, and we do as much free as we can. I can tell us all, we provide free busing. We have private bus companies that will provide the busing. We have private free student tours, free educational resources. Everything that we can provide is free, so we just depend on the city's budget to do the work that we're doing. We're one of the organizations that has no endowment, so when we don't raise the money year after year, we are stuck with laying off staff or just not hiring staff. So the support you provide is essential, and we just want to say thank you, and thank you for your help in restoring.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nicole Gardner, representing the nonprofit Building for the Arts. Thank you, council members, for all that you do to support culture in New York City. Building for the Arts was founded as the 42nd Street Development Corporation in 1976, and we helped revitalize Hell's Kitchen by founding Theater Row, and we're still here, providing supportive, subsidized theaters, studios, and offices to artists and companies who do not have a permanent space of their own. This year, we are asking City Council for desperately needed modern lighting systems in our 5 theaters, which in turn each year will give a diverse group of 3,000 artists, 300 companies, and their audiences subsidized access to a level of artistry that they deserve and which supports the NYC cultural ecosystem. I'm also here for our Music and the Brain program, which brings school day music education and piano instruction to every student in more than 145 K-8 NYC schools, including schools in each of your districts, free of charge. Our program, like all quality arts education programs, has proven social emotional benefits, and our partner schools, 85% of which are Title I, have seen better than average ELA and math test scores. Our goal is to bring all students the opportunity to learn to read music and play an instrument. Please fund our requests for discretionary and initiative funding for Music in the Brain, allowing us to sustain and expand our proven school day music education program, which reaches over 55,000 NYC students each school year. Culture makes up 13% of the city's economy and is the main tourism driver for NYC. But funding cuts are crippling us. Please add $53 million to the adopted budget, reverse the cuts, and please also fund Building for the Arts discretionary initiative and capital requests so that all New Yorkers can access the transformative power of the arts. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm good.
You're good.
Hi, my name is Ryan Gillum. I'm an artist and organizer. I lead FAB NYC, which has a membership of 45 cultural organizations in the Lower East Side. But today I'm actually here because I'm a community board member, and the community board has asked me to bring their voice here. And I really feel special about that because many of the voices that we do hear are from arts organizations, cultural organizations fighting for themselves, and sometimes we don't have lots of other allies in the room, and so it makes a difference to me that the community board asked me to come and speak for them. They want to support you in every way in these requests to restore budgets to both libraries and to arts and culture. And they have some specific things that are on their minds, including more funding for small and mid-sized cultural organizations, particularly those serving communities of color, more support for cultural activation of public spaces, parks, streets, and plazas, more affordable workspace for artists, a reimagining of the Artist Corps program, which supported individual artists and cultural producers during the pandemic, and city leadership in rebuilding Charas El Bohío, which was a cultural hub in Lower East Side, and which this community would like to see become a cultural hub again. So believe me when I tell you that the Lower East Side has many needs, but when Community Board 3 puts together its annual statement of needs, they have never left arts and culture off of that list. I think there are a lot of people in this room who would understand these words. I think Chairman Rivera, you would really appreciate this as well, because they were spoken by a Lower East Side organizer many years ago. What the woman who labors wants is the right to live, not simply exist. The right to live as the rich woman has the right to life and the sun and music and art. The worker must have bread, but she must have roses too. On behalf of the Lower East Side, I thank this administration for the bread, and I ask you to send roses.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi, I am Tamia Blackman Santana, the Chief Officer of Engagement and Inclusion at Ballet Hispanico. I am also on the Executive Arts Committee for New York City Public Schools and represent Ballet Hispanico for the City Council Newest Arrivals Strategic Force under Arts and Culture. Born and raised in New York, I might have a very unpopular opinion, but I just want to state, growing up in New York, I do see that things are getting better, and I do see that things are growing. Especially in the arts and especially in culture. I remember growing up when we didn't go to BAM because my single mother was too afraid to take us out, at late night at performances, and now how much it's grown is really amazing. Now, don't get me wrong. Please do not cut the budget for arts and culture. Please increase the budget for arts and culture. It is vital. But I just want to give my honest opinion. I also want to thank you, CDF and DCLA, for providing the funds that have been so important to Ballet Hispanico, the largest Latinx arts institution in America, over the past 10 years. Our partnership with city council members in CASA has allowed us to not only do programming for school students and their families, but extend into public housing and beyond. As the city considers financial cuts that threaten cultural organizations, I'm here to advocate for the continuation of vital support, in particular for organizations of Black, Indigenous, and people of color, like Ballet Hispanico, that provide important, culturally relevant, inclusive arts and cultural programming, as well as those serving our growing newest New Yorkers, all who need care urgently. As we join together with our fellow cultural organizations and development leaders in regarding the need for sustained ongoing programming, we look to the city leaders to support our commitment with dedication through the resources that empower programs like ourselves. We welcomed newest arrival families, like in schools PS 70 in the Queens. We helped do a holiday drive and dance camps in partnering with organizations like Rising Ground, who fosters the well-being of children who have crossed the border under 18 without their parents. In support of DCLA and our city council members, we were able to give Bienvenidos over 1,000 tickets of free programming. I feel like I have the best job because I get to oversee that when we go to City Center. But that includes 250 tickets to foster children through ACS, adults with the American Alzheimer's Foundation, and CASA families.
Thank you.
We depend on the New York City for all your support in this 360-degree mission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. It's my first time, so I'm a little nervous. I appreciate you. My name is Sky Kowaleski. I use they, them pronouns. I'm the executive director of Jack Arts. Jack is a performance meets civic space located in Clinton Hill, Brooklyn, with a mission to collaborate with adventurous artists and our neighbors to bring about a more just and vibrant society. We know the impact that Jack has because we are told by artists and audiences and neighbors, by seniors in our Sukasa program, how grateful they are for the nurturing, thought-provoking, community-forward, artist-forward space that we provide daily. Space to not only present theater, dance, and music, but host Block Association meetings, tenant association meetings, community organization meetings, space to pack mutual aid. And I joined leadership in 2022. I had high, perhaps naive hopes for growth for the organization, expanded and robustly supported programming. And instead, due to budget cuts, we've had to cut programming by over 30%, reduce staffing when we're already struggling with capacity. We had to cut an entire performance festival, which serves dozens of artists and hundreds of audience members per year. And if this continues, we will soon be fighting to keep our doors open. And yet I keep fighting with that same hope that I walked in with, because each day I get to watch our artists create spaces that imagine what it would be like if we adequately funded resources for our communities, if we funded the arts. They are mapping a blueprint for a more beautiful way of life, one where we are all living abundantly, resourced, and free. And I am asking you today to invest in them, invest in a future, because they are building it. So I join my colleagues in asking that the council add $53 million to the adopted budget to reverse the cuts and to restore the baseline one-time funding for CIGs and CDF in FY25. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all very much. Okay, now we have Gina Tribati, Deanne Dong Chen, Beth Allen, Colby Herkel, Andrea Gordillo, Girina Ribbons, David Johnston.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
I guess we'll start on this side.
Sure.
My name is Girina Ribbons, and I thank you for this opportunity to address you, and I thank you for recognizing that our culture is in crisis. I'm the executive director of Ice Theater of New York, which is an ice dance company, New York's one and only. And since our founding in 1984, we've been creating ice dance as a performing art. We serve about 30,000 New Yorkers and visitors every year with our public performances in all the area rinks throughout the season. We also work with over 1,000 New York City public school children from Title I schools, where we introduce them to skating, and we also tell them about the art and classical music, which for a lot of them is the first time they've ever heard. So anyway, we do fun stuff with them. And one of the teachers at the Robert Wagner School for Arts and Technology, who just came to one of our programs in Queens, said, "Thank you so much for giving our students this opportunity. We all had a great time and the performances were amazing." We can only do this with the help of the public funding. And not only the DCLA funding, but also the discretionary funding that we receive from the City Council. But it's very difficult to plan and budget if you don't know every year what funding is going to come to you, and especially the discretionary funding, which doesn't come until your fiscal year is already gone and over. So I am here to ask you to restore the funding, the $76 million. And we'd like to say that skating is the closest thing to flying without leaving the earth. So please help us keep on doing that by restoring the funding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Rivera, Chair Brannon. My name is Andrea Gordillo, and I am the chairperson of Community Board 3. I'm very pleased that Ryan was able to testify on our behalf. But I'm here today as the development director of the Clemente Soto Vélez Cultural Educational Center, which also overlaps many of CB Community Board 3's area of the East Village, Lower East Side, in Chinatown. We're among the only organization of its kind to provide affordable, creative, and rehearsal spaces and culturally specific programs to the city's intersectional and wide-ranging artistic community. And in my role as development director, I'm acutely aware of where the money goes and of the impact of sectoral cuts that have on our communities and the industry, particularly for Black and Latino-based organizations, which are overrepresented in the Cultural Development Fund program. And the Clemente is also a founding member of the Latinx Arts Consortium of New York, many of which were here and testifying as well, and a part of the Cultural Equity Coalition. And we thank you for your calls to restore the cuts to $70 million, and we are continued to echo the call to plead the increase of the investment in cultural programs before the end of this current fiscal year. We appreciate the cuts or the restoration of the budget cuts to fiscal year 25 and 26, but these outstanding cuts to the Cultural Development Fund hurt jobs and programs that vulnerable New Yorkers need most. So we join our coalition in calling for the complete restoration of the Cultural Development Fund and the CIGs, specifically restoring the $6.5 million to the CDF this year that addresses the cuts made in November 2023 and January 24, restoring the November 23 cuts to the CDF in fiscal year 25, 26, and 27, totaling $4.2 million, and additionally baselining an additional $45 million to the DCLA's total budget in 25. These restorations are crucial to prevent further loss of talent, economic impact, and the essential cultural services that make New York City vibrant and compelling. As a coalition, we conduct our work within an ecosystem, and the Clemente itself is home to 13 small nonprofits, an ecosystem within our facility itself, that are affected by these cuts, and our partners, this has a domino effect on the strength of all of our partnerships to scale up the programs that we provide to artists and concomitant communities. So thanks again for the opportunity. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Gina Trabati, and I am the Development Manager at the International Studio and Curatorial Program. As the largest visual arts residency in New York and the 4th largest in the world, ISCP brings together 100 New York City-based and international artists each year. Housed in a former printing factory in the industrial area of East Williamsburg, ISCP provides transformative opportunities in an area designated by New York State as severely disadvantaged, including free exhibitions, artist talks, open studios, paid internships, and public high school visits. Our programs nurture the cross-pollinations that emerge when people from diverse backgrounds come together, which we share with our 10,000 annual visitors from across the city and the world. ISCP's ground floor program aims to counteract the lack of affordable workspace in the city by providing subsidized studios for New York-based artists. Our funded residencies, such as the Vision Fund, counteract centuries of disinvestment in communities of color by providing free studios and monthly stipends that eliminate the necessity of maintaining a mix of part-time and full-time jobs just to survive. If you were to visit ISCP today, you would meet artists from Austria, Bulgaria, Canada, Chile, China, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, India, Iran, Italy, Kenya, Norway, Qatar, South Korea, Spain, Taiwan, Turkey, and the United States. Our current ground floor exhibition recreates a West African living room with 4 large-scale paintings saturated with color and feelings of nostalgia and friendship by Ghanaian painter Crystal Yayara Anthony, and on our second floor, scenes of war and family are told through a series of Japanese paper cuts by Japanese-American-Israeli artist Noah Ukutieli. In a world where we often feel powerless to combat crises and transcend the issues that divide us, funding for organizations like ISCP help to bring global problems back down to a human scale. By showcasing art from immigrant communities and sharing international art practices with New Yorkers of all backgrounds, cultural funding helps to de-escalate tensions and promote understanding throughout this great city. Thank you.
Okay. Hi. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Beth Allen. I'm the Executive Director of the Downtown Brooklyn Arts Alliance. I am here today to join with my colleagues in asking that the Council fully restore the fiscal 24 cuts and make a total investment of $76 million to the CIGs and CDF in fiscal 25. The organization I run, the Downtown Brooklyn Arts Alliance, is a network of 60 nonprofit arts organizations in the greater downtown Brooklyn area. Our members include every presenting arts organization situated in the Brooklyn Cultural District, as well as a range of smaller venues, dance and theater companies, small galleries, and others. And what we do is to foster collaborations within the field and between non-arts community leaders and arts leaders. Our members collectively serve more than 5 million individuals annually, including approximately 100,000 school-age children who participate in educational programs both at their organizations and in schools. And it's an estimate here that these 60 organizations generate more than $250 million annually in economic impact. We're celebrating Arts Month May this year at DBA, which is a new initiative where we have actually compiled listings of everything that our organizations are doing in May. It's turned out to be over 300 arts activities that include everything from big festivals like Dance Africa to smaller productions, Design Week, lots of a huge diversity of offerings that are happening in the greater downtown Brooklyn area. Oh gosh, how did I get there? What I want to wrap up with is, so as part of my job, I talk to a lot of non-arts leaders in the community, bid leaders, business leaders, et cetera. One of the conversations that is consistent right now is the fact that communities want more art, whether it's part of City of Yes, whether it's part of other initiatives to increase neighborhood vibrancy. And that is just a huge disconnect with from what I'm hearing from arts organizations, which are that they're having to make cuts, having to make really hard decisions. We are not talking enough about the need for the sector to grow. And I think we should not be talking about cuts this year, and we do thank you for your support of increasing the budget. Thank you.
Good afternoon, counselors. Thank you so much for your time today. I'm Colby Herschel. I'm the artistic director and a co-founder of Scantic River Productions, a 501c3 theater and production company founded during the heart of the pandemic in January 2021, based in Alphabet City. To speak about what we've accomplished in the first 3 years of our founding, we've brought to this city with partnerships like with ART New York, to speak of examples, original Mexican written theater to an off-Broadway venue. We've brought to culture to New York City communities, including in Brooklyn, coming up in Queens, also in Manhattan with educational theater tours, music albums, accessible audio drama, and podcasts focusing on young people's mental wellness. And providing internships for students from places like Puerto Rico so they can get an opportunity to work with our community here in New York. Our focus is exclusively on original voices for original works. That's queer, racially diverse, and immigrant voices being put on stage. So we have had the benefit of working with several of these wonderful institutions who have spoken today. That, I think, is the most important thing I want to bring up. Though we have not received direct CDF funding as a company so far, we have benefited from having help from places who are helping us with rehearsal spaces, performance venues. Because we are new, we need help, and we need these foundations to look up to and grow with. So largely, yes, we demand the restoration of funding to CDF grantees in full year 24. By our estimation, without restoration of this $6.5 million, we stand to lose at least 130 full-time equivalent workers from our labor force, and 3,250 artists will be denied fees. And that doesn't just stick with the institutions who are receiving fundings, it's those who will be receiving them in years to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi. My name is Dion Dong from Chen Dance Center in Lower Manhattan. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. Chen Dance Center serves the Chinatown and Lower East Side community, but also communities citywide. New York City is proudly known as the dance capital of the nation, and yet dance artists and companies all struggle to make ends meet while trying to make it seem effortless. And unfortunately, that's what we're taught in dance to do. You're going to leap and do all of this, and then you have to make it effortless. So we're really good at that. So just before the pandemic, our organization was displaced from a major fire at 70 Mulberry Street. Then we lost our founder. Our company decided to work even harder because DCA funding has been our life, has been a real support for us. We are able to do free programming in citywide schools, and this past year we served 6,000 K-12 students, all through the support of DCA. And when we travel to schools in Brooklyn, Queens, Staten Island, and throughout Manhattan, we witnessed the transformation of hundreds of young audiences who become instantly engaged in our interactive dance performances, which tell the stories of the building of America. You can't do more than that, because the teachers tell us if we made them read this chapter and write a book report, they would have a long face and they wouldn't remember anything. But in a 45-minute assembly program, they see it through dance. It's an interactive program. They stand up and they learn some movements, and they remember. So thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of DCA funding.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here. David Johnston, Development Director for the Jazz Gallery. The Jazz Gallery presents over 350 concerts every year to in-person audiences of over 12,000. We've been bringing top-quality jazz to New York City audiences since 1995. We offer free tickets each month to students at the Institute for Collaborative Education. We provide educational programs for the South Bronx Charter School for International Cultures and the Arts. We offer free tickets through Culture Pass, free concerts in Hudson Yards and the Financial District. As everyone has stated, we are facing a crisis in this field. In the past 2 budget cycles, we have been cut over 20% as our expenses have risen. Delays in the funding have caused us to pause or cut commissions and residencies. We're trying to plan budgets for the next fiscal year, and we don't know what we're getting, if anything, from the city. And I have to say, I've worked over 20 years in this field, and I worked in fundraising through DCA and through 9/11 and anthrax and the Great Recession and Superstorm Sandy and COVID, and at no point in any of those periods was it suggested that the cultural sector should accept cuts of this magnitude that we have been dealing with in the last few years. We cannot deliver our programming and our services to NYC audiences. We cannot meet expectations in that way. We call for a full restoration at $76 million. DCLA must have more capacity to deliver the funding on time and hold the line against these catastrophic reductions. And I would like to take a moment to thank our City Council representative, Carlina Rivera, who has been a great champion for the Jazz Gallery in the capital allocation process, and we thank her for her service on this committee.
Thank you all very much. Now we have Christopher Leon Johnson.
Ready?
Go ahead.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson, and you know what's going on in the city council, discussing how they want to defund the libraries and defund all the cultural institutions in NYC. But there's one way we can fix this. We could save $100,000 by defunding Ali Zirachi, who is the chief of staff to Vicky Palladino. Because I found out just recently that Ali Zirachi is married to a racist. Ali Zirachi, who's the chief of staff to Vicky Palladino, is married to a racist named Smokey the Bigot, aka Mark Zirachi. I am calling on for the city council to fire Ali Zirachi because she is married to a Proud Boy that was at a Trump rally this weekend in the Bronx, throwing up gang signs, throwing up Proud Boy signs, and making racial epithets to myself and Raul Rivera, and it's all on video. Now, it's America. We have the right to support Trump or Joe Biden, but there's no excuse for a member of the city council to have a person, the chief of staff, who is married to a full-blown KKK, neo-Nazi racist. So I'm calling for the city council to have the speaker fire Ali Zirachi because she is married to a Proud Boy. How is a city council expected to be called transparency and human rights and equal rights when you have a council member that is a member of the Common Sense Caucus named Vicky Palladino, who has a chief of staff who is a racist herself? If you're married to a racist, that means you're a racist yourself. That's the truth. And the fact is, like I said, if you're a woman and you're married to a man that's a racist, you're a racist, and vice versa. If you're married to a racist, then you're a racist yourself. If you're not a racist, Ali, then you need to divorce that man, Mark. Vicky Palladino, if you're not a racist, you need to fire your chief of staff, Ali Zirachi, and that's it. That's all I gotta say. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have on Zoom Maeve Montalvo.
Starting time.
Chair Rivera and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Maeve Montalvo, and I am the Director of Education at the Museum of the City of New York, a member of the Cultural Institutions Group. MCNY is located in District 8 in the East Harlem neighborhood of Manhattan, where we are a beacon for arts, culture, and the community. And this year, we've welcomed over 100,000 visitors. Chair Rivera, thank you for visiting with us a few weeks ago. It was wonderful to meet you and to see you and your family enjoy the Manny Vega exhibition. The Museum of the City of New York, like all CIG members, is directly affected by cuts to culture, as you know. The instability of ongoing fiscal uncertainty impairs our ability to plan ahead with confidence that we will have the staff and the resources we need to serve our communities. We therefore request that the City Council advocate for a full reversal of all the cuts imposed on culture and baseline funding for the Cultural Institutions Group and the Cultural Development Fund in the FY25 budget. As members of the CIG, the museum urges the New York City Council to commit to lasting permanent investment in our city's arts and cultural organizations, which we know, as many have testified here today, drive New York City's economy and the city's workforce, and which are foundational to the city's economic strength, neighborhood safety, and social health. To restore culture fully, the following budget cuts are necessary. The following budget actions are necessary in fiscal 2025 to meet a $53 million total need. Reverse the November plan pegs of $7.9 million, reverse the CIG FY24 reduction of $5 million, and restore one-year funding of $40 million. We also request that the City Council add additional funds to the Cultural Immigrant Initiative. This year, the museum will serve 30,000 students, teachers, and families through our educational programs. Over 50% of our school groups this year noted that their classroom includes English language learners, the majority of whom selected Spanish as the primary language of those students. We are currently offering a bilingual field trip for our exhibition, Manny Vega, Arte en el Barrio.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. And funding from the Cultural Immigrant Initiative will enable us to hire additional bilingual educators and be able to reach and serve the population of students in New York City who greatly need to have access to our cultural institutions. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify today, and thank you for your advocacy and support of the arts and culture in this city.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, this hearing is adjourned. Thank you very much.